I'm running a little early today. Well, late actually, because this is like old closing an hour late days here. Anyway, welcome aboard. It's a bit of a last minute challenge we're gonna do. We're gonna continue with the pole to pole tonight, just because I'm not really feeling the idea of going off to Heathrow to Baltimore. I mean, maybe I could do it, but I mean, didn't really sleep the best last night. I've kind of been up all day. Kind of figured, I'll take it chill instead of doing an 8 and 9 hour flight. We'll do 2 3-hour flights. Right, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's kind of what I was considering doing. Right. So got up around, I guess it was around noon today, and quickly updated the stream. Right. Anyway, tonight we are actually going to make our way off to Ascension Island and, tonight we're actually going to make our way off to Ascension Island and, Sierra Bravo something. So, right, and of course, the second I start the stream, I have to run to the restroom. Right, so give me about 30 seconds, give me, like 2 or 3 minutes. For right now, I'm just going to give you all Chase Bladen view. As we begin ready. Anyway, I'll be back in a few moments. Alright, I returned. Apologies about that. Apologies. Alright. Let me just leave those. Let's get all nice and comfortable as we make our way over to Ascension Island. And we'll go ahead and grab a cup of tea as well. Our flight plan and everything are already on file, so we don't have to worry about any of that nonsense. Right. Already got Sim brief all set up. Been sitting here for about 20 minutes, so just trying to get everything set up. I also already updated our navigation data because today is Happy Area Cycle Day. Right. Oh, got a nice piece of cake, man. Cheers, one. All right. Not bad for tea. Not bad for tea at all. A nice cup of berries tea here, actually. All right, let's begin to get the aircraft set up. External power on. Got the nav lights on. Got my new thing working, which I know you can just barely see. It's right here. It is right here, and we'll find out what the Airbus one is like when we fly with the Airbus later. First leg of the day is going to be in the 777-200. Second leg of the day is going to be in something else. Right, gears on. Go ahead and get those on. Window heat on. These are self-maneuvering stands, which means there'll be no push and start. It'll be started in position. Alright, now we can go ahead and get logo and wing on. Now we can hold off on everything else right now. We can also go ahead and get some dome lights on as well. So we begin to set up the aircraft. So, all right. Real quickly, let's go ahead and just quickly verify the nav data. Did update it earlier, so it should be fine. Yes. Currently installed area cycle 2601. Valid from today onwards to the 19th of next month. Actually updated all the nav data for the whole computer, actually. And it's so easy just to go through Novograph Hub and be like, check. Right. Update. Update. Right. So easy. So easy, so convenient. We have this. We have the frequency here. Now 122.8. Unicom on 122.8. Alright. What's the weather looking like here? We can go and get our data from SimBrief departure. What's our departure looking like? Discord's going nuts right now. Now, later on today, we are going to formally... Oh, actually, has Seb updated the website yet? Not certain he has. He has not yet. I need him to... Before I fully launch the website, I need him to... Before we fully launch the website with the landing tracker. Which so far, actually... Well, I'll look at New Sky later. Right. Need to tell him... Actually, I already sent him a message. Maybe he'll tune in tomorrow night for the stream. Need to send him a message, though. Essentially ask him if he can, Nothing, no Foxtrot. Really? No. What are you talking about? What's that of? 20. It's weird. Meter. Off Lima Foxtrot. No, that's annoying. Oh wait. Did I mess this up? Let's go Foxtrot Lima. What? Go Foxtrot. Nope. Nothing. Shit. That means, what is the nearest airport? Lima. It's the Metar station. Lungi International. Weird how an international airport does not have a thing. Metar station used is 116 kilometers away. That's fine. QNH will be 1009. 1009. So, actually, one of the things I want everyone to notice is just how smooth these frames are. I know y'all can't see that, but we are in range today of around 90. And that is because of what we are using. I did some testing on this last night. So far I haven't noticed any issues. We are actually using frame generation. So far I haven't noticed any issues. And I did a few laps around Heathrow. So, alright, put and copy this over. Got a departure time today of, I think, 15. So I set it for route, request, sim brief, set payload, set fuel, select route. I'm going to bring roughly about 30 tons of fuel with us today. And the reason that I want to bring about 30 tons of fuel is, we'll get there with about roughly 13, 14 tons on a normal one. Right, that's enough for diversion usually, but considering this is out in the middle of the Atlantic, right, in case we do need to divert, it'll be a bit more of a problematic. So, maximum man weight is probably fine anyway, so activate route. Performance net, accept that. Gears will be aligned in 30 seconds or so, that works. Cruising for today is flight level 400, that seems about right. Thrust limit. Alright, sim brief says we can do flaps 5, about 50 feet in margin, that's nothing. 930 is what it's recommending. Departure 930. No, said. Just verify that this airport here is actually what we have. Yes, it is. Whichever's tuning in, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this Aeronauts flight to Ascension Island. 45. Ooh, is that within proof climb? No, that's disabled. Time to put the flaps up. 15, 20. Yeah, 20 will be fine. Flaps 20 will be fine. Flaps 20 on a... Let's see here. Takeoff 1. Alright. Selected, or assumed temp is going to be 51 degrees centigrade. Take off. This here will automatically calculate for us. And actually, those numbers there are looking pretty dead on. Let's see here. What do we? What's the wind? 080 degrees, 12 knots. Why are we taking 30 then? Actually, you'd want 12. Yeah, what I thought. Switch over to 12 in a moment. Idiots. Oh fuck, we can even enable improve. Fine. Go back down to flaps 5 to... Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know why I'd recommended that. Departure only 12 then. 0 degrees 12. And then what's our... it'll be a flaps 5. The thrust limit of... actually, thrust takeoff 2. Sim temp 49er now. When these are all acceptable numbers here, of course, they're all up a little bit just to just for improved climb. But I think we all know that my position on improved climb. Improved climb, stupid. Actually, sim temp's not that. It's 4.6. Those numbers all work. Current gross weight is 202. Nice. Thrust limit, takeoff, good. FMC, go and get our wind. Load. You're off to Ascension Island today for those curious. Alright. Got all that in. We'll, right. Progress. Total flight time for this flight. About 2.5 hours. Which is what New Sky gave us. Which seems about right. Alright. Let's go and get this lovely APU started. Let's go and begin to get out of here. Yep. Time today at 4:15. And we're gonna be ready before then. In fairness, though, I did start off the stream a little early, so. Did start the stream a little early. I did genuinely think that I would start it early, but I didn't want to commit myself to something that I couldn't do. I should be good. I gotta put whoever's doing the drains tomorrow. Alright. I'll tell you what. No SID, essentially straight out departure. Cruising, flight level 400. You can go ahead and throw that in now, actually. No point in not. Throw in now, flight level 400. Alright, good. That APU is running now. Seatbelts auto. Alright. Turn these flight directors on now. Alright. Golf. Foxtrot Lima Lima traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo. Startup in position. Golf Foxtrot Lima Lima traffic. Alright, let's go and get these engines started up. Beacons on. Alright, fuel pumps on. Go ahead and get all those up. What's the temperature outside? Reference temp. 5 or reference temp. 1.5. Yeah, those speeds are looking a little bit better now. Looking ever so slightly a little bit better. Let's see that both them engines are ready for a complete startup. And you need what the number that you're looking here on the EGT is a 20. Actually, or is it on the N1? I don't know. Yeah. Tell you what, New Sky, we can begin to we can start you now. Meantime, throw our taxi lights on, and for right now, I'll just leave it at taxi. Alright. Yeah, we're tuning in and welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this aeronaut flight to Ascension Island. Continuing with the pole to pole today. Is that an aircraft on final? Or is that me just being an idiot? Well, that's just me being an idiot. That's something weird. You're in Sierra Leone. Alright. Is that both engines started? Yes, it is. We can do a flight controls check that is flaps full. Before we start, check out the APU flight controls. Let's see here. First thing is you're going to check speed brakes. Kind of hard to decide without those. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Alright, looking solid. Looking quite solid so far, to be honest. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Got that. I can throw LNAV, VNAV on, to be honest. On intercept heading. Yeah, I know we're not. Once airborne, we will go ahead and turn direct, that's what I'm thinking. Right, in terms of taxi, here at Sierra Leone, taxi hotel, back taxi runway 1, back taxi runway 12. Alright, taxi lights are on, perfect. Sierra Leone traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo taxiing now, runway 12 via hotel, back taxi runway 12 to land runway 12. Sierra Leone traffic. Alright. APU off. Let me just quickly, FS actions, ground connections, release ground power, shots. Alright. Flaps are full. Chuck those up and let's go ahead and begin to get out of here. Make this turn here. Traffic on, weather on. See, I have no clue what weather's gonna look like. Throw our runway turn off lights on for increased visibility. To it. About to need our strobies, and actually, let's go ahead and get it all lit up now. Let's get all lit up. There's something wrong with this guy. With this one switch. Right, maybe a little WD-40 ought to fix it. No, wait, lights are on. AT is cooling down. Auto brake RTO. Go ahead and back taxi now runway 12. Sierra Leone traffic, you're not 36 for Romeo. Back taxi now runway 12 to the line up runway 12.
Approaching.
Sierra Leone traffic.
2.
Well, I highly doubt that this is the main Sierra Leone airport, but I mean, who the fuck cares? There's no one around. Talking to myself, so. Who the actual fuck cares, to be honest? Alright. Flaps 5 now. Just verifying this guy has indeed been started. Yes it is. This guy has indeed been started. Alright. Let's begin to get out of here. Bound for an old favorite of mine, Ascension Island. Make this nice wide turn here. Nice and wide. Sierra Leone traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, lining up runway 12. Sierra Leone traffic.
Approaching. 1, 2.
Getting it to 400.
On runway 1, 2.
Shut up, we're fine. Flaps are all set. Perfect. Looking really, really solid. Sierra Leone traffic, are not 36 Romeo, take off now, runway 0, straight runway 12, straight up to about 2,000, then we will turn, direct GFLL-FHAW, GFLL-FHAW, Sierra Leone traffic. Alright. Pressure on the nose. $80 knots. Relieve the pressure. V1 and rotate. Rotate to 5. Alright, now rotate up. Pause the right gear up. Go straight out to about 2,000. Now we can begin to put the flaps in. Gonna make the turn now. Currently on traffic, Colonel 36 Romeo, airborne, passing 2500, climbing now, flight level 400, turning now, direct, Igaga, that is Echo Golf Alpha waypoint in our flight plan. Final call, Sierra Leone traffic. That, in terms of takeoffs, is about as good as you can get. Put the autopilot on now. And things pissing off my ear during the takeoff, and I wasn't able to deal with it. Yeah, in terms of takeoff, that is about as good as you can get. Looking solid. Anyway, we are now airborne, bound for our journey to Ascension Island, which hopefully by the time we get there it'll be a little bit more daylight than darkness, but yeah, wouldn't hold your breath. Wouldn't hold your breath, unfortunately. If we need to, we can hold on. We can hold on the ground for a bit. Got plenty of time tonight. All right. So, what are our frames doing? I'm gonna move this down here for right now. What are the frames doing? 84 frames per second. Nice. Nice. Standard pressure now. In terms of departures, though, that's about as good as one can get. Alright. Looking about 74 now. Still really good. So, what's the VRAM looking like? Oh, the VRAM could be looking a little better. I mean, 4 out of 7.1 being used. For reference, I'm looking down here at this number right here. So, looking down here at this number right here. So, GPU memory, not quite 4 gigs out of the 8 that I have. So, it's still fine. But I mean, could it be a little bit better? Yeah, it really could have been. Anyway, still, that is massive improvement. That is still massive improvement compared to the 40-ish FPS we were getting at cruise before. So, we'll have to monitor it whilst we are in our descent for Ascension Island. We'll have to monitor it while we are in our descent. Alright. Looking solid so far. Looking solid. Passing through 10,000. No, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, just take a look here. We are still very much main thread limited. I'm going to take the headset off now. It's running the com. We are very much main thread limited, so CPU limited. Wait, so it's taking the graphics card. Yeah, it's taking the graphics card, roughly speaking, about 15 to 16 milliseconds to render a frame. Rather, it's taking the CPU still about 30 or about 24 is what I'm gonna go with. That's still looking fine. We're still looking at roughly 77, 78 frames per second, and this is with a DLSS 4.5, I believe. I believe it's DLSS 4.5, though we might be using FSR 3. But so far, if I look here, that is crisp as fuck. That is crisp, right? That is very, very crisp. Look at everything else here. Everything else is looking very, very, very crisp. It's like, where on earth was this for the past, who knows how long? To be honest, I think it was working. I didn't have it set up right. But I mean, if we look here at everything, right, everything is crisp, right? Everything's looking good. I mean, the controls on that takeoff felt quite responsive. Now, the arrival that I had in Heathrow the other day, that was in Autoland, unfortunately. Why was that in Autoland? Because weather was kind of shitty and I wanted a nice swing view. Right. But still, everything is looking really, really, really happy right now. 80 frames per second. I mean, can't really get much better than that, to be honest. I mean, you really can't. So, alright, we are past 10,000. Let's take the landing lights away, runway turn off lights away, taxi lights away. So, alright. Be lazy. Get right to the next point now. Yeah, it's getting into Ascension Island in about an hour and a half, actually. Actually, that's really good. That's not including the descent, so that is still really, really good. Why is that so much disabled on this one? Don't know. Go ahead and re-enable it. Actually, now that Seb redid all of it, I gotta ever so slightly adjust these. Just make them look good. Yep, yes. Alright. Alright. I'm a little peckish, not gonna lie. Might need to go upstairs and grab a fork, to be honest. Begin to dig into that cake. So, might need to go upstairs and grab a fork to begin to dig into that cake. I'm having another bag of crisps, though, but not gonna be enough. Alright. Now let's see who got written up today. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a fork real quickly. I need to dig in. I need to dig into that kick and peckish. I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Gun throw. Right there. Alright. Got myself a nice little bit of kick here. A safe way. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh dear. The latest Windows update has caused the calculator, notepad, snipping tool, and other essential apps to become unusable for some users. Oh dear. This cake's pretty. This cake is quite delicious. Quite delicious. Quite delicious. This cake is. OpenAI is planning to take a cut of customers' discoveries. The OpenAI CFO says they will take a cut of IP if it helps create, per the information. Interesting. But in fairness, it kind of feels like OpenAI would be entitled to that, right? I mean, they're developing a tool that would allow you to, you know, I mean, the OpenAI is developing a tool that would allow you to, that if you're using AI to get ideas, and then you're passing them off as your own. It's like, I'm sorry, but it's kind of like OpenAI does have a bit of a right to that. I mean, you are using their tools afterwards. At the end of the day, you are kind of using their tools. Oh my word. Is there really a rejoin the EU party in the UK now? Oh my word. It's hilarious. Rejoining EU party scores first electoral. Holy. Damn, it's regaining momentum. Then what happens when. But here's the thing. The UK rejoins the EU. What happens to this party, though? Right? Is it like just a political party that would stay? That's like only purpose and only belief is that would be to make sure that the UK stays inside the EU. What happens when if they actually succeed? It's a good question, actually. I don't know. I don't know. Advance is so stupid. Advance on the economy. You don't turn the Titanic around overnight. Except the issue is, the Titanic sank. They never turned the Titanic around. They didn't get a chance to. They didn't even try. Board Up East is withdrawing its invitation to you regarding Canada joining what will be the most prestigious board of leaders at any time. Here. Let me write a community note while we're cruising. To you guys in about an hour. Probably a bit longer than that. Let's see here. Where is it? Claim of almost 10 dead. All right. Let's see here. Any other news? Let's see. Yeah, when all this is over, all the shit that's with Trump's over, you're going to need to have Nuremberg style trials, right? Not saying anyone should die. What I am saying is that pretty much everyone in the Trump admin and a lot of members of Congress are going to need to have Nuremberg style war crimes trials. Okay. That is what is going to need to happen in order to successfully defeat Trump. Right? You need to have... In order to successfully defeat Trump, you need to put him out there in front of a stage. And you need to show him what he has done. The same way that you put Hermann Goering out there on a stage and showed Hermann Goering what he had done. Right. You need to publicly expose and humiliate the entirety of the Trump admin. Right. For their crimes for three things. Their crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, right? All three of which I do believe that most members of the Trump admin have committed. Right. Pete Hegseth, obvious case of committing war crimes, right? What's her face in charge of DHS? I think obvious crimes against peace. Right. Pam Bondi, straight up criminal herself. That's right. So, but anyway, in order to get rid of Trump, you need to put him out on trial and show him just exactly how much of a traitor he is. So, that's what you gotta do. Alright. So when we get to Ascension Island, we are going to switch over to the Airbus A320. And the reason that we need to switch over is because arriving into SBFN, I don't want to do it. Doing that in a triple would be absolutely absurd. Right? Not really the best idea. Right? So we are going to do it in we're gonna do it in a bus. Right? We're gonna do it in the A320. I was kind of considering doing it in the A319, but the thing is, it's an 1,100 nautical mile leg, and that leg's like that leg's halfway across the ocean. So, I mean, this leg here is not that long. But I mean, the next one will be about 3 hours long, if I had to guess. This leg here is gonna be about 2 hours long. Yeah, the next one's gonna be a lot longer than that. So. Next leg is going to be roughly 1,100 nautical miles long. So near about 900. So, and we're gonna have to do it in a slower aircraft, in a smaller aircraft, and blah 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 blah. So, all right, let's take a look here. Arrival. Let's see here. That was as of... What time was that as of? That was as of 4:20. That's about half an hour. 140 degrees, 15 knots. So... Let's see. Arrival. Oh, it's an RNAV, runway 33. Or runway 31. Or runway 13. RNAV, we don't... It's not in... that'd be fine. If we were to pull up the charts. Just try to get this in now. it'll be an RNAV arrival, which is fine. RNAV is always fine. Actually, I'm actually gonna go on a limb and say that RNAV is actually pretty damn good, and we'll be taking that from oxides. Now, in terms of what that looks like, some more. There you go. Now let's see. I could have sworn this airport here had a. I could have sworn it had an ILS. Oh, whatever. The winds are not ideal. I mean, 140 degrees, 15 knots. Oh, actually, that's better than you think. This is pretty fine. So, Oxite at 3,000, then down to Tiffany at 2, and then it's straight down visual. Straight down visual with minimums about half mile final at FIPS. So, FIPS is our minimums. It's about, yeah, that seems about right. That does seem about right. So, alright, what does that mean in terms of our top descent? I don't know. Don't know what that means in terms of our top descent. Probably in about an hour or so. Probably, oh, maybe 45 minutes. Don't know. Oh, what are we cruising at? 3.5. We can be going 8.5. Got plenty of fuel. Yeah, let's increase to 850. ETA now 6:42. So, in case misapproach, we will simply fly the pattern. So 6:40, so 6:52. Actually, we got closer to 2 hours, to be honest. In that case, I think we are good to open up Minecraft in a few moments. I think it'll be good to open up Minecraft here in a few moments, being honest. Because, I mean, we've got about an hour and a half to our descent, so I did my math so fucking incorrectly, it's insane. And after we get to Ascension, we will go off to Brazil. SBFN is where we get to go off to next. Seb, I can kind of use you to tune in, mate. Kind of use you to tune in, mate. I understand this, see though. House passes final government spending bills in milestone overcoming. Alright. Speaker Johnson said he wants to rebuild Congress's muscle memory on government funding. By the House by vote of 341 to 88. Alright. Separate funding bill passed. 220 to 207. Okay. So that was party lines there then. Senate will take it up and it returns next week. Oh, great. The government's about to shut down again. Oh, shit. Oh, great. Oh, great. Yeah, the government is about to shut down again. Oh, that's about to be wonderful. That is about to be freaking wonderful. Oh, great. Oh, it's on Sunday. Yeah, there's. Shortest ever known flights to Asia. Well, okay, I gotta look into this. From Sapporo. Flights to Sapporo. So. The A220 backlog, a growing concern for Airbus. Hmm. 21 ideas to remake Dulles. Yeah, Dulles kind of needs to get remade. I mean, the issue with Dulles right now is traffic, and the traffic, to be clear, is not Dulles' fault. It's far from Dulles' fault. Right, but you have traffic, and then you also have insane lines at Border Patrol, right? At the Border Force, right? You have insane lines there, and you know they don't even check passports anymore. So, anyway, they have insane lines there. They have insane lines. Blah blah blah. Anyway, not important. Not important. Three ideas for a new terminal at Dulles. Are they really trying to rename a terminal to the Donald J. Trump terminal? That's gonna fucking piss me off. So. And the other issue with Dulles is the mobile lounges, right? Okay, I understand the idea of mobile lounges, but I mean, guys, they kinda suck. Right? They kinda suck. Here's what you need. For mobile lounges, here's the new solution. It's called what every other airport has. How on earth do you think Heathrow gets people from terminal to terminal? It's not rocket science. It is. It's called tunnels. It's called you dig underground. This is a magical idea. It's called you go underground. You reinforce the ground. You dig a massive hole. And you put in a little train. You put in a little train, and you also put in a little walking path for maintenance guys. Blah blah blah. Right, you put in a little walking path, and what you do is you run trains, stopping between each one. That's what. Just be clear, this is what most other airports in the world do. That's what Heathrow does between places with Terminal 5. Right. How hard would it be for Dulles just to simply do that? Because from my standpoint, it wouldn't be that hard at all. From my standpoint, it would not be that hard at all for them to do that. So. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, I'm just like an old idiot who doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, I clearly do. Mobile lounges are not a future in terms of airports. Actually, I'm genuinely thinking that any airports that rely off those mobile lounges are probably not an airport that you want to go to. I mean, I understand that purchasing a mobile lounge is significantly cheaper than running mobile lounges. I understand that purchasing a mobile lounge is significantly cheaper to building a massive tunnel and operating trains. But, yeah, those things break down, those things get delayed, right? Those things just straight up don't work. And then, by the way, probably also here's the other factor. You need to figure out how on earth you're going to get all your luggage, right? It's like all the luggage, you need to figure out all that. Alright, I replaced my ChatGPT subscription with a 12 gig GPU and never look back. Yeah. Starting criticizes Riot. I don't know. Not important. A380 comeback. 6 new routes that'll launch this year. Let's see here. Qatar Airways and Lufthansa's additions. Okay, to Qatar. To Doha to Singapore. Okay, well that makes sense. Lufthansa will go from Munich to Mumbai. Okay. Etihad will go from... Emirates will go from Dubai to Guangzhou. And then Etihad would go Abu Dhabi to Tokyo. That seems something that needed to happen. Singapore Airlines would go Changi to Auckland. And then, yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to see the A380 return. And just to be crystal clear, and I think I've said this before, but Airbus is going to make another A380. Right? They haven't said that they're going to, but they're going to make another one. Right? The next version is going to be wildly different. Right? But they need to make another one, right? Because airlines like British Airways, right? Airlines that are land constrained, right? You have an issue with that. Right. Airports that are land constrained, right? Airports that can't expand, right? Heathrow kind of being one of those airports. You kind of need to, right? You kind of need to prioritize how many passengers can you get in on a single jet, right? And that's what that's what BA has done, right, with the A380. That's why they haven't retired a single one yet. And they're not going to. Right, BA is going to continue to operate that thing far into the 2030s, if not into the 2040s. Right, until a suitable replacement comes out, or until Heathrow solves its land issue. BA is going to continue to operate the Airbus A380. Okay. Yeah. Damn, I just got really tired tonight. I'm getting a little sleepy here. I'm getting to get a little sleepy here, not gonna lie. Have to, actually, before you go to sleep. Before I accidentally doze off. Tim, Kyle, Kyrie, Zion, Dari, Joe, me. Jack Slack. You'll get the final hour in at the closing of the kitchen. Timothy McGee, Kyle, Kyrie, Zion, me. Yeah, my face is a little itchy for some reason. Who did I throw on it? There's plenty of good options. Threw myself on the other day. Steven, maybe? Jack. Yeah, I think it'll be Jackson. No. Alright. Yeah, maybe we'll open up Minecraft in a moment. I mean, still got an hour to go before we have to be on our descent. Yeah. Alright. Be back in a few moments. I'm gonna clean up my face a bit. an IABRA 10 for now. Don't worry, everyone. I'm still here. I'm still here, still paying attention to the stream. You know what we can do? That's actually something I need to do. So I have here our old yoke cam right here, and what I actually need to do is I actually need to make it a bit more of a throttle cam. The reason for that is simple. Because I need to. And because actually I need to film a thing. So, alright, so I guess what we can do now then is kind of turn it into a throttle cam. In a way, but it's more like MCU FMC cam here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and plug this thing to a free open spot. Open USB spot. Did I have one on the what we're doing? I have to use the PCI Express. Probably have to use the PCI Express. And here, what we'll do is we'll do that. Right. Let's take a looky here. How about we just plug it into the front of the computer? How about we just plug it into the front of the computer, yeah? And see, does it light up? Okay, so if I were to go yoke cam here. So you have that and also that. Brio. That's back. Yes, that is indeed back. And so what we'll do real quickly. So what's throttle cam? What's throttle cam? What's that? You get actually yoke here. Let's delete throttle cam. Yoke cam can go back to being anchor. And we can real quickly redo it. Right, there we go. Apply. Okay. We can real quickly do that, and then we can go ahead and re-add video capture device. Okay. What I want to do here is when I go that we'll go ahead and be the Brio. And here's what we'll do. Configure video if we need to, and oh great, that's gonna suck. All right, I guess what we can do here is we can kinda we have to mount it from the ceiling. But if we were to mount it like all the way up here, right? Mount it from like about there. Oh dear. You have to go all the way up to the ceiling. Right. What if we were to put that like right there? Right. Or what if we were to put it like right there? Right, put it like right there would be obvious. Obviously the best option. What if we were to put it actually instead like right there? What if we were to put it like right there? Right. I mean I might need to add like a little block of wood, right? But I mean if we were to put it right there, that would actually not be the most horrendous thing in the world. obviously I think I'd have to add like a little block of wood, which we can do real quickly because I do have the block of wood to add. But I mean, how does that look for y'all? I don't even need to do that because, you know, like, what I can do is I can literally just do this. Right. Turn screw. Right. What I can do here is I can literally just do this. Not like that, but I mean, no, it's dropping the screw. I mean, something like this, to be honest. Is there like a way to rotate this? Is there like a way to rotate this? Or control. That was like comp. Fucking hell. No, there's no. Yeah, I'm gonna have to add a little block of wood, I'm thinking. Let's make this work. Damn, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to add like a little block of wood. That's gonna suck. Alright, for right now, let me just go ahead and move that over here. Yeah. I think I'll have to add like a little block of wood, which I should actually have somewhere. Let's see. Right there. Nice big 2x4 right there. Or like a little bracket. What do I have in terms of brackets? I think I was thinking good. In terms of brackets. Not really. Not really. I'm about to use hold now. Let's see here. I'm gonna find like a bracket or something. Fine, but alright, I think I found a metal bracket here. That I could use. Go ahead and screw that in underneath the desk. Should take 2 seconds. They have a little bit somewhere, a little glue dot somewhere, or better yet, just a better screw. That's really way too long. Oh, here's better screw. Here's better screw. Where is that screw? bracket there. Let's take a look now. To do versus light rotation. Alright. Yeah, everything's looking fine. Just in a bit of a turn. Let me take a look. Yeah, there is a slight issue that it is a little lower. I don't know how to go at it from above instead of. Doing it from above instead. It looked like shut that guy right there. Yeah, that'd be so much better if we can do that. Actually, maybe I can do that a little bit more in to be right there. And I know y'all cannot see what I'm doing. It's not very well. I'm adding another camera here to set up. Welcome aboard, Louis. Welcome aboard. We are flying off to an RAF base in the Southern Atlantic known as Ascension Island. And I know you can't see what I'm doing right now, but right now I am setting up an extra camera for my MCDU / FMC / throttles and light panels. So go ahead and screw. Actually. This actually be fine right here. Hard to screw this guy in right there. That'd be fine. It'll actually probably be fine right there. Nice. Yeah, I will show you this new view in just a few moments. Once I'm like, okay, that's a little not ideal. Fine tune this real quickly. Let me just fine tune this a little. I mean, it's not gonna be perfect. I mean, it'll be good enough. How long is the flight? What are your plans? So we are flying off to Ascension Island, which is an island down in the southern Atlantic. Currently, ETA is actually here soon. Actually, we need to begin our top descent briefing here soon. And then we'll switch over. So we're in the 777-200 for that right now. And then what we'll do is we will switch over to the Airbus A320 and head to a very, very challenging island out in the southern, once again in the southern Atlantic Ocean, but closer to Brazil. So, all right, Louis. Let me just see if I can't try to figure this out a little bit more. Figure video. I probably have it up somewhere. Camera control. Custom resolution. Let's put it in extremely low. Alright, let's see here. What does that look like, Louis? I think that's a pretty good camera view. I mean, you got the speed brakes, you have the light panels, you have the FMC, you have the MCDU for when I do use it. Got a little bit of the throttles. Right, I mean, you do have the flaps a little bit. What do you think about that view? Personally, I think there's a bit of background noise in terms of what's behind everything, but I mean, I'll put up a wall at some point here within the next few months. Put up a small little wall, right? Just to kind of separate the desk area from the bed. So, what do you think about that? Actually, maybe I can adjust this ever so slightly more. Camera control. Let's see. Here, let's. I don't know. I feel like that's actually a little bit better right there. Well, I don't know. Can't hurt so. I'm really not the biggest fan of this little Logitech camera, you know? I'm really just not the biggest fan of it. How about I chuck that down like that? You can still kind of see what I'm doing, right? You can see my light panel, so let's go taxi lights on, right? You can still kind of see me do that, right? It's not obstructive. What do you think about that view? So, I mean, it also kind of hides the mess that is behind. So, I'll get used to it. I mean, right? I'll get used to it. Remember the main things that this stuff over here I want everyone to be able to see. Top descent at 6:21 Zulu gives us approximately 23 minutes, roughly 22 minutes to descend, which seems about right. Then after this, just to be crystal clear, we're switching over to the A320 and off to SBFN, which is an airport in Brazil. So, actually, we do have thing's not right. Discontinuity there. How long total top descent? No. So 300. Still about the same. Still about the same. You had a bit of a discontinuity there in the flight plan. Weird. annoying, but weird. Alright. Maybe we'll open up Minecraft in a moment. Oh, actually, no, not with 40 minutes and spare to descend. Be a waste of time. Yeah, I don't know about this view. I don't know. I feel like in order for it to actually be useful, I feel like I need to put up like some kind of really long thing and have it. I kind of feel like I need a bird's eye view. You know. Kind of feel like I need a bird's eye view in order to make this useful. I don't know. Y'all get to decide. How does this new little view right here look? Kinda. I mean, I know it's kind of small, but I mean it's better than nothing. And with it being small, it kind of does obstruct from the mess behind. So you can clearly see me moving these throttles as well. One of the things I need to figure out, though, I'm going to take a look at flight controls. Wing search by input. What I need to do is I need to arm that. Delete. Actually, maybe it's 39 that I need to arm. And then delete that. Go back and then disarm. Don't know. Let's see here what that auto arm does for me. Feel like what I might need to do is let's open it. Actually, let's open up a Cinematic Pro. I could kind of use a little help here. Now is a good time to cure this. So just to be crystal clear on what my issue is here. When it comes to the speed brake, I need a way to arm it. Right. I need a way to arm it whilst we're on final approach. Because I oftentimes forget it. And usually by the time I'm on final approach, I already had the camera view set up. Last thing I want to do is manangle with that, right? So 39. Ooh. $38 is disarmed. 37 is that, right? So 39 is arm. It's armed auto spoilers. 38 is when it's in the disarm position. Right. So what I'm thinking is no, don't need that. Arm auto spoilers. Input repetition. Might need to do that actually. That might do it. To 38 though. Okay. 38. That's not doing it still. I'm still not doing it. What? No. Go back. Yeah, I think the issue is, so, I really do think that the issue is as simple as, because Boeing's have it on the axis, right, it constantly wants to go to the axis, but it's not in the axis, physically it's not on the axis, right, right, so physically it's not on the axis physically, is what the issue is, right? And so it's like, and so now the plane is confused, like, because we're getting this input, right? Because I'm thinking the issue is, I think the plane's confused because when I do that, right, it's getting this input that is constantly getting overridden by this axis here, right? You know, I think that's what's most likely happening. And I don't really know how to solve it. And to be honest, I don't really know if there's a way to solve it. Right. Aside from the little hotkey button. Actually, let's try that. So if we were to... Yeah, so let's try that. Arm... Oh, now that does something. Delete. Ooh. Now, if we were to switch it over to toggle, let's switch it over to button 39. Now that does something. Now that does something. Input repetition. Right, so we do that, right? When it's disarm it, there you go. That fixes that. Holy shit, I just figured that out. Right. So, if we look over here in WinWing, so the way I just solved it, right, is you pull up, right? Well, first off, I turned input repetition off, right? So what that means is when I do this, when I pull up on that, right, it's only going to do it once. Otherwise, if input repetition was on, then it would constantly try to do it, right? So that's button 39 here. If we look over here at WinWing, or at Cement Pro, right? That's button 39. All right. Now, what button 39 does? Button 39 is not on the axis here. It's not on this slider here. But the second I go down to 39, the second that it kind of in a way it refreshes that axis, right? Now if I do it really stupidly, right, like I just did, it won't do it. But all I have to do is ever so slight movement corrects it, because it's on the speed brake axis, right? And I mean, then if I come over here, I'm jiggling this, and it's not doing it. So I think that is that actually. I do think that issue solved now. Right. I guess theoretically, if I wanted to go, well, here's an idea. If I were to delete that, right? Set arm auto spoilers. Nope. Button 39. Turn on auto spoilers. Button 38. Turn off input repetition for both of these. I guess. No, that's not working. I mean, you can see what I'm doing here. I'm trying this all I want, and it's not arming. So, in that case, we had it solved. In that case, we had it solved. Right. Just set this toggle arm ground spoilers at 39. At button 39. Right. Make sure input repetition is off. And there we go. There we go. I think we're off to the races now. Right, so pull up on it, arms, ground spoilers. Pull down on it, that won't do diddly shit. Right. Pull up on it. It won't do diddly shit here on the axis here. Right. But what it will do, the second I push down on it, there we go. Now it's done. Now it's back on the axis. Right now I can go and maneuver the speed brakes as I need to. Nice. Nice. Right, do that. Ground speed brake armed. Undo it. Speed brake not armed. There we go. That works out actually so incredibly well. Gonna go watch a bit later. No, all good, man. All good. Thanks for tuning in. Actually, so far you're the only one who's tuned in. So, been at this now almost 2 hours. So let's see here. Oh, crumbs. Crumbs. Alright. Let's see here. My Grumps is awake. Finally figured out the ground spoilers. arming the 777. Wing stuff. Alright. Once again, I can fly Boeing aircrafts properly now. Well, almost. Almost. It's toggle arm spoilers. Yeah, it's toggle auto arm spoilers. I'm tuning. Yeah. SBFN after. Morning, Grumps, if that's you who's tuning in. Let's see. The nice thing is that this is finally dealt with. Ground spoilers armed. Ground spoilers disarmed. Armed. Disarmed. Armed. Disarmed. Finally dealt with. Finally dealt with. Let's work on the portable as well. Really. I see him now. I see him now. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. You useless piece of shit. So it works better. Baltimore Heathrow route temporarily suspended due to poor weather, due to snowstorm this weekend. Yeah, for those curious, the Baltimore Heathrow route's gonna get temporarily suspended. Tonight was like the only night, it was like the final night of this week that we could actually do it, but the Baltimore Heathrow, it's not gonna happen this week because I kind of missed my calling on it. It's like tonight would have been like the only night, and I've been told this snowstorm was gonna come in a little later than I thought. So the snowstorm is gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna be doing it. The snowstorm for a bit. Or we're not gonna do this week. We're not gonna get a chance to do the Baltimore Heathrow route. I've been told that that the snowstorm's gonna come in Saturday at some point. Whether or not it's midday on Saturday or or like midnight. I don't know when it's gonna come in, but I've been told it's gonna come in Saturday at some point. It's like, yeah, that means Saturday morning. That's like it, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen. Alright, top descent is in a few miles, actually. It's in about 155 miles, so about 15 minutes or so. We'll begin our top descent in about 15 minutes, so. Alright, we're expecting like a foot of snow, in case anyone's curious. Expecting about 1.5 feet of snow. We're expecting snow pretty much all day Sunday, last I checked. Anyway, there's a temporary suspension on the XNO, on the Aeronaut / Speedbird Baltimore to Heathrow route. It is a temporary suspension through most likely Monday. So. See here. So if we were to take a look at the rest of the tour. We're going to take a look here. So, pole to pole. Yeah. So Grumpy's about here, I think. Actually, if we can get to, if we can get into mainland Brazil tonight, that would be actually really good for us. If we can get into mainland Brazil tonight, that would be really good for us. So, then we're going to do the rest of it with Grumpy, I think, because is what the new plan is. And we'll begin to work on the USA tour in the meantime. Potentially. So. Potentially. Yeah. Any off there? Yeah. Alright. So. American history. No about as much as it. Interesting thing about thing. I know about as much South. I know about as much South America as I know about. Sorry, Grumpy, I'm just responding to your message in the Discord. Actually, I'll just go ahead and tell you now. I did not get the irony in the thing, in what you said earlier. The reason why is because the American school system kind of failed me. So, I'm going to tell you what, let's get in a little faster. No, pretty good, right? No. That'll save us a few pounds of gas. A few tons of gas. Or a few kilos of gas. Let's see here. New top descent now, 621 Zulu. Flying. Doesn't know about I know about as much about South America as I know about Alright, let's see here. 80 miles top descent. It is an RNAV approach, which is fine. RNAV is fine to me. Our final approach speed is going to be 136 knots. And then, of course, once we get there, we're going to go ahead and make the turnaround immediately in the A320. So, once we get there, we'll stop New Sky. And we'll make the immediate turnaround in the 320. Because that's fine. We do have a 10,000 foot runway. Let's take a look here at this landing data. Landing en route. Performance tools. Landing dispatch. Actually, no, landing en route. Import from LFB. It'll be runway 13. Import weather. Can I That's on auto brakes 3. What about auto brakes 2? Or is that not authorized? Auto brakes 2. Auto brakes 1 will work fine, actually. Let's see here. Is there any kind of, like, exit that we want to get off from? Right. If we're going to take a look at this, is there... If I remember correctly, there's a little loop here on Charlie that we probably want to get off at. So, what's the measurement then? If we're to look at Earth, easy way to do it. Easy way to do that. Let's see. Let's see, how long do we actually have to land if we want to vacate here at either Charlie or Delta? Down here somewhere? Don't know what. It's not Cat Hill. Oh yeah, it is. Wanna do the high-speed exit right there? got about 6,000 feet. What if we were to, got about 8,000 feet if you want to get off around Delta and do it like that. So, alright, in that case, we were to take a look here. Auto brake 1. I mean, auto brake 1 would do it for, auto brake 1 would do it for Delta, not for Charlie. If we were to go brake 2, 6,000. I mean, that's fine. We go auto brake 2. Yeah, let's set auto brake 2 then. Top of descent in approximately, how long until top descent? At time 2-1, so actually now's a good time to begin to consider top descent. So it's, if I remember correctly, it is down to about 3,000. So if I remember correctly, we're down to approximately, yeah, we're down to 3,000 level Oxty. Then down to 2,000 level Tiffy. Actually, that makes it, that's just freaking amazing. I'm sorry, that is just perfect. Here's why that's perfect. 5-mile final, perfect. So that means we gotta be level 2,000 level Tiffany, right? Tiffany, we can also be final perch speed level Tiffany. And we have 10 miles. We have a whole whopping 10 miles to get there. So, yeah. Now that's freaking amazing. Right there. Now that's freaking amazing. Now I'm curious something. If I were to do even a little bit of that, right? Does that cut off like a lot of the nonsense right there? Right, just even a little bit of that. Sorry, I'm just seeing like a lot. I'm just seeing like a little bit of that nonsense. It's kind of getting going. It's like reflecting wrong. It adds like a little purple tint. Just to, even if I were to do this, does that solve it? Do that. Okay, I'll tape that to the desk in a moment. I'll tape that in a moment. So it just like doesn't look right with the I guess purple glare. Anyway, let's go ahead and begin our descent. Roughly 40 miles. That's fine. Ascension Island traffic, you're on 36 Romeo, beginning descent now, flight level 100 for now. We're going to be level 3,000, level OXT, expecting RNF approach, runway 13, Ascension Island traffic. Alright, 100. Alright, let's see here. Where is the let me see if I can't try to get this glare away. Good. Right. Do something like that, right? What needs is a little covering. Is it still in there like that? Yeah, that's looking fine to me now. go ahead and do like a little bend or something. There we go. No? We need a little bit more. Nope, not quite. Poor man's reflective cover. There you go. There you go. That, I think that does genuinely look a little bit better. Maybe not quite. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more. What about that? Does that stop it? With it on. Oh yeah, that's so much better. That is so much better. That is so much better. So much better. So, don't know how long the tape's gonna hold for, but I mean, I'll figure it. If worst case scenario, I have to bust up the 3D printer again. Which, if we're being honest, I probably need to do anyway. I have a few things I've been needing to 3D print. So. Alright. Oh, look at that view right there. Look at that view right there. Let's. Now that's a view. Sorry, David. Let's see here. Try to get a good. By the way, thank you to David Knott, Arnold, for providing me this delivery for the 77200. It is actually a really good delivery. Did he ever put it on the website? I don't know if he did. They're not .co.uk. $7,300. I did not. Did not. Unless he did it recently. No. No, he didn't. He might just be waiting for the VMware files because the VA is now like an official member, like an official VATSIM partner, right? It's the VA is getting better. The VA has now been accepted into FSLCL, so it might just be waiting on that. But yeah. Beautiful sunrise right there. And for right now, I mean, there's no reason to not do free speed. We're gonna speed 320 for now. And let's ascend now to 3000. In the meantime, can we get a QNH? Can we get a QNH, please, in the meantime? Broken 50 QNH 1011. 1011. That seems about good. Visibility 9999. Broken 50. That's fine. It's plenty fine, actually. So yeah. Don't know. I don't know if I've. So, to answer the flag in the room, why am I doing this in the 777? It's because I'm too bored to fly the 737. That's the reason why. We were gonna do the whole thing in the 737. Yeah, no. I'll get better at the 737 in time. That said, though, let's talk about aircrafts that are actively in the hangar. It's. Let me pull out this tiny little note, because it's a tiny amount of aircrafts that are actually in the hangar. Actually, I'll ask Seb to add a page on aircrafts that we actually genuinely fly. Where is... Here's a pen. So, the aircrafts we have in the hangar. The B772. The B77 wide body. A319. A320. A321. Is that it? I think so. We are down to 5 fucking aircrafts in the hangar. 5. That is it. We are down to 5 aircrafts in the hangar, unfortunately, guys. We are down to the 2 777s. We're down in A320, A319, and A321. That is it. Those are the only aircraft that we have in the hangar actively right now. So, yeah, that's fun. And maybe a Cessna 172 when I actually learn how to fly that thing. Gotta talk to Seb. Gotta figure out time for us to do more VFR circuits. Speed 320. Yeah, speed 320 is fine for right now. Nah, I gotta get like a little muff ball on this thing. And then one of the things I gotta do one of these days is just clean up all these cables. I mean, look at all these cables. Well, y'all can't see it very well, but look at all those cables. I just gotta clean up all these cables. So, what are you getting in terms of frames? Oh, tell you what, we're gonna land, and I'm gonna see what these frames are doing. But these frames, I mean, okay, that main thread right now in like this external view, that thing's getting hammered. But this is still like an acceptable amount of frames, right? It's still like genuinely an acceptable amount of frames. Did not mean to enable that. mean, it's still like a really, really, really smooth, acceptable amount of frames, to be crystal clear. I mean, okay, can I notice a little something? Right, just doing this, right? Can I notice a little bit of something? Yeah. But damn, am I ever impressed with frame gen. No smearing is the main thing with frame gen. Right, I mean, and previously it's like, frame gen is not the best, because what you do with frame gen is your PC outputs your card outputs a frame, your CPU outputs a frame, right? Your card outputs a frame, okay? No, sorry, your system outputs a frame in normal slower speed, right? And then outputs another one, right? What frame gen does is it fills the gap, right? Frame gen will fill the gap in between frame 1. I'm just gonna read rate of descent ever so slightly. Frame gen will hold on to frame 1 while frame 2 gets generated, and then it will fill the gap. Right, and so it's like frame gen it's not perfect. It's not perfect. They're not real frames, right? They just smooth. They simply smooth out the frames that you are getting, right? If any of that makes sense. David has a really good video on it. With that said, though, this is pretty impressive. 70 FPS is pretty damn impressive. I'll take it. I will take 70 frames per second any day of the week. Even if only 45 of those might actually be real frames. It does feel a whole lot smoother. So, alright, well, we're passing 10,000 now. No, well, anyway, it's on now. Morning, Grubs. Did you see the message I just threw in Discord? Have any luck with your USB devices now? The PCI Express card. 3,000, and we got to reduce our speed. 250. Now it's twofold then. I'll maybe reduce. We're gonna aim not to do what we did last time into this island. Oh, good. Yeah, I took a bit of a gamble with adding the extra USB controller because, to be honest, I wasn't 100% certain that what I was trying to get was actually something that, yeah, I have that a little bit with mine, but, I mean, it's fine. So, yeah, when I purchased mine, I was a bit on like I was a bit on edge, it was just a bit of a scam in a way, but yeah, it does make a difference. it does make a difference, even if all you're doing is adding an extra USB controller, right? The only issue I've had ever since I did it was we're actually with these the other day, and I'm pretty certain that was a bandwidth issue in terms of power, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, maybe I'll write a thing on maybe I'll put a thing in. So, good. I think that's what I have done as well. I think that's about what I have done as well. Have all my main stuff on the card. Anything non-essential, such as the radio panel here, and in the printer. I think I have that stuff all on the. Yeah, mine was about the same. So I'm gonna make this call out anyway, but no one's around, so it'll be useless. Ascension Island traffic, you're not 36 Romeo. Now roughly 20 miles out. Currently direct oxide, reducing speed now to 20 knots, descending out to 3,000. Ascension Island traffic. Yeah, I think I should, because from my understanding, we're not the only ones who've had USB issues. So I remember doing the final leg of that around the world, and I was like, I was constantly thinking about were my USB devices going to fail me. That was a constant worry with the final leg with that. Alright, tell you what, go ahead and get the rest of the lights on. Alright, we're going to land, and then we're going to switch over to the A320. That's what I'm thinking. Because I've been to the next island before. It was fun. I don't exactly know if I'm going to don't exactly think taking the triple is the best idea. So. Oh, nice. Nice. We get RNAV here, so. RNAV's fine, and visibility will be fine as well. You know, what's the wind? 130 degrees, 14 knots. Oh, great, so that'll be a massive crater then. Because every single approach that I've made, it's either been too much flare, causing me to float. It'll either be too much flare, or it'll not be enough flare. But in the Boeings, one of the things you might notice is that you only have to flare a little bit. Right? Your flare in the Boeings, not nearly as much as you flare in the bus. Not nearly as much. And it kind of throws me off. Alright, go direct Tiffany now. Send 2,000 and we'll reduce to our final approach speed by then. Don't think a few wires are going to do anything, but, well, actually they will. So, here, NH1011. Is that so accurate? That was as of, well, that was as of 20, not even 20 minutes ago, so that's fine. That was a good time for a screenshot. Alright. Lights are on. We can reduce to 180 now. And I already have the field in sight. Nice. So. Looks okay. Yeah, I saw that he was doing something. I was unable to tune in because I was at work. I would have tuned in though. Looks okay, but the VNAV and ILS was bad. Okay, then I guess it's probably in the hangar for a bit. But according to him, it's getting a lot better though. At least according to his little video he put out on it recently. let's go speed of 180 now. Go flaps 5. What do you think about this new little view here, Grumps? What do you think about this new little view here? I just added it. Actually, if you scroll back long enough in the stream, you can see me add it. It's actually using the old yoke cam since I swapped it out with a much better camera. So. Alright, flaps 15. Yeah, I like it. It's not perfect because it kind of exposes the mess that's constantly behind it in a way, but I think by having it small, it kind of limits that. Actually, one of the things I want to do at some point this week after my psych evaluation is I want to put up a wall right here. I want to kind of divide this room into 2 bits. One for me to sleep in, right? The other part, the actual like sim area. Just try to kind of separate things. So yeah, I was thinking about that. I think I need a TV first. I think I need a big TV first. If you look, what I have here, I have a screen over here. If I don't bash everything, this landing's gonna be bad. I have a screen over here. I have OBS and vPilot up on this screen, and I have the actual sim up on this screen. It's not bad, but I mean, it needs a little work. I don't exactly feel like I'm in a cockpit. So, all right, we need to descend rapidly now. Let's actually focus on this approach. Oh, we can reduce speed to 160. So here, the gear can come down now. No, plenty of fuel. We are below max. Yeah, we are. About to say. So, yeah, I think the next. So aside from the Moza, I think the next upgrade is going to be to probably a TV, but there'll be some time on the Moza. Moza's getting delayed, thanks to the FAA.
2500.
Noted. Gear down, locked, flaps 30. We're gonna turn, then it'll be fine. We'll take it over by hand in a moment. After this little turn. So, I had a Potomac controller tell me that he wanted me to do 1.8 knots until 5. I was thinking a 4K. I don't know. Something bigger than what I have right now. Because what I have right now is a 1080p Scepter. Actually, if you go to look on the old website, you can find it. So, right, we're 5 mile final now. Let's reduce final approach speed to 136 knots. Actually, no, 135 knots. Let me just update this real quickly. Alright, we are fully aligned with the runway and... did I miss it? Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's fine. We can hand fly it now. So... yeah, that's the thing about 4K. Alright. Actually, real quickly, I want to get these frames up. Not do that. Yeah. Looking around 70-ish. I'm using frame generation right now, and I know that David's wildly against frame gen, but I'm actually okay with it. It still feels really responsive. Ascension Island traffic, you're on a 36 Romeo now, short final ILS. Oh, sorry, RNF approach runway 30, runway 13. Final call, Ascension Island traffic. 1440. Oh, that might be
1,000.
that might be a good option. So, now I said this is all 1080, but it's important to note that everything's getting rendered at half of that. I'm pretty certain. At least I'm pretty certain that's the way it is. So we are a little off the runway.
Approaching. 13.
Alright, we are going to try not to mess this up like we did last time. I remember us nailing SBFN last time and mucking this up. Visually, we're looking fine. Saying we're high, but I feel like we're fine.
400.
Let's
300. 200.
yeah.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
That was not bad. 65 frames per second, still really good. I know you can't see the frames. Bit firm, but that was about what I did into Eddie the other day. And we'll try to get off here. So, yeah, 1440p might be a good idea. The issue is, so I have a 32-inch TV in the closet, but my issue with that thing is that thing's really pixely, and I did try to change it. I did try to go for it, but it was just way too pixely. And then of course it doesn't have anything like any of the stuff I'd want. It doesn't have any kind of VSync or nothing. So 1080p at this distance on a 32-inch, that's just not something I can do. So maybe a bit much flare. The main thread's getting hammered though.
Approaching.
That down.
3, 1.
Ascension Island traffic, you're not 36, me back taxiing out runway 13. Ascension Island traffic. That main thread's getting hammered.
On runway. 3, 1.
Looking fine on memory. You know, that main thread is getting absolutely hammered. We're still getting a lot of frames though. Still getting a massive amount of frames compared to what we were before. It could be like right if we were not using FrameGen, we'd be getting like 35-ish at absolute max. Right, flaps away. But in terms of VRAM, that VRAM's looking not bad. So on the bright side, it's looking fine. All good, all good. It'll be some time before we land at SBFN next. Gosh, that'll be what, 3.5 hour leg, something like that. I'll have to open up Minecraft for that. To open up Minecraft, maybe I have to go forward some laundry. I won't do that during the stream, but I'll have to go open up Minecraft for like a good 2-3 hours. Alright. Flaps are away. Let's see. Take this turn. debug. Display FPS. Alright, let's come in here. Let's find a bullshit stand. Let's find a bullshit stand, shall we? Alright, the one thing I'm noticing is all those like weird things. I don't know if they're light poles or what they are, but I mean, I noticed some at, where was it? I noticed some at the other airport. Wait, we're at. I really don't know what they are, though. I really don't know what they are. Don't know if the frame is making an error or what. I think part of me is like really inclined to think they're just lights, but I mean they're not though. Alright, we'll just park right here for right now. Parking brake set, strobe is off, taxi off, turn off lights off, all those off. Alright. We do not have an AP running, shit. Let's wait for that. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and hopefully the news guy's happy with that. Let's see. Get safety running. I'm too lazy. I don't want to wait for that. Set shocks, request ground power. Alright, go ahead and get both engines off. Beacons off. Close flight. And it was only a bloody 10. And it was only a bloody 10. Nice. Only a bloody 10. Due to our rating. 7. Nice. Only a bloody 10. Alright, let's go ahead and get in the bus. Let's get in the bus. Let's get in the tiny bus. Oh, not tiny bus, but I mean... the small one. There we go. Let's go ahead and get this off to SBFN. Let's see. Sim brief, a new flight. XNO. Let me just go ahead and enable my detents. XNO 36 Romeo. Take the E320. In the meantime, let me just go ahead and remap my push to talk button. No, wait, I forgot. I have to actually get inside the aircraft. Let's see. It's weird. Alright, just gonna quickly get this in. Come on! Come on. Set your bloody thing. Set your bloody thing. Here. Hey, Veer. I was fine until about 30 seconds ago, when VPilot would not want to remap my bloody thing, my push talk button for the bus. All right. Connect. Play Earthload. What are you talking about? All right. Now I can do that. There we go. Finally. Finally. Sorry. I have two push-to-talk buttons. I have the push-to-talk button here, and I have the push-to-talk button on the yoke. Right. Sometimes, VPilot's very, very annoying, and only wants to map the one. Alright. We are in for a challenge with this flight. Oh great, I have to disconnect again. Reconnect. There we go. So we are at an old military base that actually I think Grumpy's been to a few times. An old RAF base, which is apparently still quite active, known as Ascension Island. And we are going off to an airport that is off the shore of Brazil, but it is an extremely hard airport to land at. Somehow last time we were able to pull it off first try in a pretty good way. A320. This one. 10. Yeah, that's fine. So somehow last time we were able to pull it off in a really good way. Don't know how we're going to do it. Don't know if we're going to do that the same this time, but hopefully we manage to pull it off. So, you see, it's a challenge because you have trees right before the runway. And it kind of obstructs your view of the runway, so you kind of have, but at the same time, it's kind of weird. Right. And there's a nice big hill right before it as well, so. Alright. I have to import from SimBrief. Pass and balance, load aircraft fast, that works. Take the IRS 6 minutes to line anyway. Synapse Pro, are you gonna work? Oh shit, I never... Synapse Pro is not gonna work. Shit. 1 second. The reason that it's not going to work is because I was stupid last time. Alright, 1 second. I have to crawl under the desk. There we go. The reason that it wasn't going to work was because when I was setting up these light panels, I disconnected the FMC, or the MCDU. And I disconnected it because I needed to, so I wanted to test that the flat end cable that came with the MCDUs would work a little bit better than the cable that came with the light panels. And it did not. But I forgot to replug it in. So anyway, let's go ahead and set the aircraft now. Tune that brightness up a little. FMC or init. I can request this. I'm gonna aim to be up in the air in about 10 minutes. Alright, let's see here. You just need to align, just need to take care of this emergency lights real quickly. Alright. And then everything else Nav on the go to 2, wing lights on, and we'll do all that for right. That's all we'll do for right now. Alright, we are aeronaut 36 Romeo. And we are our cost index for this flight 5, which means we're running on fumes. Shit. Cruising 340. Flight plan departure out of here. Runway 13. No said. Good, right. That's what I'm thinking. Actually, we do have the hoop now in our flight plan, so I say we can do that. Departure. Runway 13. Hoop no 1 departure. So I say we can now do that. Init wind, request the wind data. In the meantime, we can go ahead and quickly set this. Alright, wind data, I think. Good. Clear out the scratch pad because it'll piss off Grumpy. We can't do the fuel yet because we don't know it off the top of our heads. Flight plan. Alright, SBFN. We'll put in the departure in a bit. Or we'll put in the arrival in a bit. For now, what does the hoop no departure look like? Don't think it looks like very much. Hoop no 1 departure is what we're on. So y'all can see that. At or below 10,000 level hoop no. Though I'll probably just be like, fuck it. I'll probably just be like, book it. Fuck it. No. Alright. Alright. Just waiting on the IR still line. This stupid one, not important. Alright, let's get the checklist running. So, pre-start checklist. Okay, parking brake set. Chocks, we can remove the chocks now. Chocks. Alright, throttle idle set. Engine masters off. Batteries are on. And aviators are aligning. Emergency lights are armed. Belt signs, no smoking on. QNH set. Transponder. Squawk 2000. Tango mode Charlie on. Alright. FMC setup. Right. Okay. Flight directors on. Departure briefing completed. Oh, we just need some performance data. We just need a little performance data. And we got our perfect timing. Flex. I give this a pretty good margin. That's 147. That gets a pretty good margin. Alright. 134. Well, yeah. 134. 147. 148. On a flaps 1 takeoff. Is that correct? Yep, flaps 1 takeoff. And then flex to temp 47. Alright. FMC complete. Departure briefing. All good. Doors all closed. Start checklist. APU bleed. We can get the APU on now. Ascension Island. Alright. Ascension Island traffic. You're not 36 Romeo. Start up in position wherever we are. Ascension Island traffic. Climb 10,000. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we can do APU as well. Just wait for that to come online. And we can go get these fuel pumps on as well. Back in the bus. Back in the bus. Back in the bus. Back in the bus. Back in the mid-bus today. We're in the mid-bus. Alright. Just waiting for that APU to become available. Map open. It'll be available in about 5 seconds. In the meantime, beacons on. Alright, ignition start. Do both at once. I'll put that in the thing. Alright, both engines available. Let's start New Sky. Alright, beacons are on, right? Yes, they are. I just gotta take care of the weights real quickly. So the weights, our zero fuel weight is 37.8. 71.7. There we go. There we go. Weights initials. Alright. Ascension Island traffic, you're not 36 Romeo taxiing now. Holding point for runway 13. Ascension Island traffic. Alright. Taxi on. Parking brake released. APU off. APU bleed off. Disconnect ground power. Got to take care of that real quickly. Alright, take care of that real quickly. Yes, and then also a flight control strip real quickly. Rudder check. Full down. Full up, full left, full right. Alright, let's get out of here. I do love Ascension Island.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Wait, what? I was wondering why we weren't moving. Is that better? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Alright, let's get out of here. For real this time. Aviator, I'm doing alright now. I'm doing alright. Alright. Yep. Just a minor, a little annoyance under the desk. Minor, a little annoyance, my fault, mind you. Essentially what had happened was... essentially what had happened is when I was installing these two radio panels, or these two light panels here, I wanted to test to see if the flat end that they give you with the flat end connector they give you with the MCDU and FMC work a little bit better than the bulky ones. Just for my use case scenario, I mean they're all USB-C, right? I found that it didn't really. I forgot to plug it back in from under the desk, and then the setting the push talk button, that was just a minor issue, minor annoyance. So you're off to an airport that I do not recommend 777s in. Alright, let me turn off lights on now, and I'll take everything. Take everything. Flaps 1 plus F confirmed. Don't forget to update your nav data, by the way. For anyone who's unaware. This is a new area. Yesterday was a new area cycle day. Don't forget to update your nav data. Very, very important that you do that. Otherwise, you may or may not have departures that ATC wants you to use. Just install the Navgraph Hub, and I found now that you can actually do everything via the Navgraph Hub. Ascension Island traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, line up runway 13. Ascension Island traffic. Lights are all on. Let me just verify up here because I don't know. Yes, they are. 122.8 confirmed. Ground spoilers to arm. Auto brake max. Flaps 1. Looking solid. Looking solid. Alright, let's line up. Line up and wait.
Approaching. 1, 3.
Takeoff config normal. Oh, this does look like a beauty island. Alright, let's turn and burn. Ascension Island traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, takeoff now runway 13. The Hoopno 1.
On runway.
Ascension Island traffic. Alright, let's turn and burn. Alright, man, flex 47. SRS screen, auto thrust blue. New sky has been started. Alright, pressure on the nose. 80 knots, relieve it. Wind 20. You're V1 now, and rotate. Pause rate gear up. Now that's way to depart not an island right there. Oh, that was fun. That was a good takeoff. Follow them flight directives. Pull in the flaps. Thrust levers to climb. Begin the 10. To make the 10. Ascension Island traffic around 36 running now airborne passing 2700. Unrestricted climb now, flight level 340. Ascension Island traffic. You're gonna go fast. Just on the ground, spoilers. I just love how we're hand flying the bus most of the way there now. Just love it. Just love how we're flying the bus most of the way there. Autopilot on now. Alright, let's continue climb. Go unrestricted. Why is that doing that? Oh, there we go. Unrestricted climb. Alright. Now we're looking quite good. We are above 10,000 now. Landing lights off. Runway turn off lights off. Nose lights off. Dude, that's freaking wonderful that I can just do this instead of having to look out. Have I not ever flown the A320 since I got it? Because I don't have the views. Shit. I'll have to set up some views. Shit. Estimating, holy shit. We're estimating SBFN with 7.5 tons of fuel. What's our zero fuel weight? 378. Okay, let me do math on that. Do we run the math on that? Real quickly, because we are estimating we're going to be quite high on this. Okay, so estimating 7.6 plus zero fuel weight 57.8. $65.4. Yeah, we'll be about a ton over. Okay, we'll be about, so we'll have to, it's a ton. We'll have to figure out a way to lose a ton. Oh, that's fine. Just be clear, you can still use your MOBO for USB, but especially if you have a lot of let me see. Feel I should just be clear. You can still your MOBO for USB, but especially if you have a lot of high bandwidth USB devices. It's a massive benefit to put it in split up. Yeah. Let's talk about something here. Yeah, let's talk about USB devices for a second, guys. I have a lot of USB devices. I have a singular computer. I have a lot of USB devices. Okay, I have one. Let's see here. Let's count them up. Right, I have one. Okay, let's see here. Better way to count them up. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, let me just count from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, probably 16, around here somewhere. Yeah, I have roughly 16 USB devices. Right. It helps to split things up. It's good. It's a good idea not to overload your system. It's always a good idea not to overload your system. So don't. And what I mean by that is don't overload your system. I don't overload your system. Right. You overload your system's not going to function very well. Right, and that includes your USB controller, and a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people. Right. A lot of people don't realize that USB controllers can get overloaded. Right. Linus did a video a really long time, or it wasn't that long ago, probably about a year and a half, 2 years ago, where he tried to plug in as many USB devices as he could, and he did say theoretically there is a limit of like 512, right, or 256, but in practicality, you're never going to reach that. Right, but he was doing it. However, testing was a little flawed, right? You see, he was doing it via USB drives. The point of the video was to have fun, right? The point of his video was to test how many USB drives you could get to work on a singular system. Right, that's fine, but what he didn't bring up was actual USB devices. Right, so it didn't bring up like varying levels, right? So, right, you have a mouse, but then you also have a webcam. The webcam's going to need more bandwidth than the mouse, right? It didn't bring up those kinds of things, right? But what he found is stuff begins to max out around 32. Around 32 USB devices, stuff begins to have issues with Windows. Right. He found about the same on. I can't recall if he did it for both AMD and Intel. Right. But he did something. And yeah. But anyway, the main thing is that's not the point, though. The point, though, is he found that it began to max out around 32, and that was on USB drives, right? But USB drives, they're relatively a light load when it comes to USB devices, right? It's around 16 for high end. It's like you're gonna begin to have issues. I began to have issues around 10 high yield devices, right? And it may lead you to think it's a connection issue. It's not a connection issue, though. It's a bandwidth issue, right? You have to wonder how many people got hate, how many companies got absolute hate for people not understanding that maybe their issue is not a USB connectivity issue, but instead a user trying to use up too much bandwidth on a singular USB controller issue. Right. And for most people, a singular USB controller is beyond enough, right? A singular USB controller for most people, it's beyond enough. They have USBs, they have a mouse, they have a keyboard, maybe they have a webcam, right? That, and then of course maybe they have speakers. That's fine. Those are all relatively low-end devices, and you can get a fair amount out, right? But when you get into simming, it's like you tend to get a lot. And here I have, I think I just add them up again. I'll add them up again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. At least 16 USB devices. So there we go. It's like, I needed an extra controller. So. Alright. Alright, you solve USB bandwidth issues. Sometimes when you think you're having USB issues, maybe think that it's not the hub, but instead a bandwidth issue. Period. Sometimes when you are having USB disconnecting issues, it might not be a hardware issue, but instead a bandwidth issue. Bandwidth issue. Period. Putting in the knowledge base. A lot of people don't realize that USB has limits, period. And it's not directly controlled via the CPU. So how do we solve this? Question mark. Well, if your PC can support it, it's recommended that you add a USB card, period. One that has an extra controller, period. They're relatively affordable, Grumpy got his for around £21, and I got mine for around the same. I got mine for around $22. Grumps got his for about the same. Period. Oh, look at that. We can do that now. We can do that now. But what it does, is it splits up the controller USB devices, and provides an extra controller to control them. period. This solves most issues, period. Obviously, comma, if you have a cheap USB hub, comma, then it might not be the best in terms of tolerance and the USB tolerance. Obviously, comma, if you have a cheap USB hub, comma, it might not solve every issue, period, but it will at least solve the bandwidth issue. This allows for higher bandwidth, comma, even if the card itself may only have a few ports, period. You can always add a USB hub to this hub. I'm just putting a thing in the knowledge base for aeronauts on this because apparently I'm now the second one who's done it. So Grumpy did it yesterday and after having loads upon loads of USB issues, and you know, I remember finishing up the Around the World, and I remember consistently being like, yeah, I remember consistently having issues, right? And I remember finishing up the Around the World. And I remember, I think I had to disconnect I think it was the yoke or the stick or one of them, for it. Just because my USB device sucked, and I didn't know if the thing was going to disconnect at a moment's notice. Fortunately, nothing did. Fortunately, nothing did disconnect, but it was still quite annoying, right? To have to go the final leg of the Around the World, wondering, am I going to have to declare an emergency and end this later? Right. But anyway, since I have done a PCI Express controller, infinitely times better. Right, and that's not like an Intel AMD thing, right? No, it's adding an extra controller straight up solves most issues. So, all right. Add an extra USB hub to this period. Alright, fucked. No, engine going back. No, engines are fine. Alright, spending 3.6 tons of extra fuel. Sitting time. What is our ETA? 9:52 Zulu is our ETA. So that's 2 hours. 200 hours. Not factoring in descent. Ah, that sucks. That sucks. So. There goes our ADC. No ADC delay required. All right. Mine for about $22. That is. However, keep in mind you can still use the motherboard. That you can still split your USB devices between your motherboard and your USB card, period. Your motherboard has a perfectly fine USB controller, period. It just needs a little extra help, period. Alright, let's see here, obviously. Alright. Orders. Alright, just gonna finish this up in the aeronaut knowledge base. But, yeah. Whoever's tuning in, hopefully it's Grumpy. Can you add... so I just posted the thing in the knowledge base. Could you add your link to it, please? Alright. Let's see here. Shall I, what's this center tank feeding? Well, no clue. Shall I grab a Coke, maybe? Shall I grab a Coke? Maybe I shall. Nice and cool. Yeah, I'll pass on the Coke right now. Maybe I'll grab a cup of tea. Maybe I'll grab another tea. I'm getting a little sleepy, so. Oh. Yeah, I was hoping to do the next leg tonight, but not gonna happen. I'm just a little too tired. Well, I still have 2 hours left, so maybe I'll try to get my best to get half an hour sleep. Yeah, maybe I'll try my best to get half an hour. Maybe I'll try to get my best to get like 5 minutes sleep, something like that. Oh. Barnaby, you need to get up here. Give me some hugs. Come give me hugs. Come give me hugs. Some hugs. What's up? What's up with that? What's up with that? Huh? I know you know I'm flying. I know that you know that I'm flying, stupid dog. Optimum flight level right now is 340. No, you know what I got. You know what I got. There we go. I got just. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. You can just show that. There you go. Oh. You can sleep right there. If that's what you want to do. I'm a little so tired, not gonna lie. I'm a little sleepy. Bottom bum bum ba-da-da-da. Did Risk not release the schedule for next week? Or is she trying to find out what the weather's going to look like on Monday first? I don't know. Oh, that's weird. Did we get it by now? Well, if she has to rewrite it, she has to rewrite the whole thing. Then okay. She has to rewrite the whole thing. Panoof. Alright. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy, not gonna lie. Alright. So we're cruising bound for airport SBFN. So we're bound for SBFN, which will be a fun airport. We've been to SBFN in the past. It was fun then. This time we're coming in from the opposite direction. And it'll be fun now. So yeah, maybe I'll grab an extra cup of tea now. Maybe we could also open up Minecraft for a bit. I mean, we're cruising, and we have a pretty long cruise on this flight as well. It's like, yeah, I'm spending 7.3 for fuel, which is actually a really big amount. So, yeah, now we'll have to figure out a way to lose a ton of fuel. Based on my calculations, I'll have to figure out a way to lose a ton. But I'd rather lose a ton than have to figure out something else. I'd rather figure out a way to lose a ton of fuel, which admittedly we'll probably lose anyway, than have to figure out a way to divert without much gas. So could I put it into getting to the next airport a little faster? We're going to go managed speed. Let's go managed decimal. Or if we were to go selected, what if we were to go decimal 79? Yeah, what if we were to go decimal 79? Cost index. Yeah, what if we were to go decimal 79? What would that do in terms of our fuel? Maybe increase your cost index to 15. 7. Increase cost index. Yeah, let's do that. Increase our cost index a little. Let's try cost index 2.5. That'll increase it. Make it 7.8. See if we can't figure out how much extra fuel that's gonna burn. We'll need to lose about a ton. Is the concern. We'll need to lose about a ton. I mean, there is an easy way to do that. I mean, a ton In the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. It's not a lot, right? But we'll need to lose about a ton. I guess they're in an extra 3 minutes. It's nothing. Yeah. What we'll do is that. Do that. Right. Yeah. Managed 3-0. What does that do? 3-5. To keep increasing it by 5. Cost index 4-0. There we go. There we go. Just keep increasing it by 5. And that burns a little extra fuel. Burn gets us to 7.2 for fuel. Oh shit, it's back at 7. Oh no, that's fluctuating between 7.2, 7.3. That's good. If we can stay at 7.2, that would be preferable. But yeah, no, that's gonna be hard. We may have to hold. We may or may not have to hold for a bit at low altitude. The good thing is that we only need to lose a ton. The downside is that a ton in an A320 is that's fair now. It's a lot more than you think. All right, so that's the downside. Do we have any potential step climbs? No, we don't. So 9 top descent is at 9:28 Zulu. That's how far out? About an hour and a half. Alright, great. We might end up opening up Minecraft in a few moments. Okay, bud. In a few moments, we'll go and make some wing views and other views.
Forget the famous jet class zones of St. Martin's, Athos. This is jet wash watching at the fence line in Manchester as the mighty metal of the 380 lines up those 4 huge guns, getting ready to spool up the full pelt. Those pub hunters at the fence are about to get a massive dose of engine blast. It may not be sun and surf here in the flip-flops, but what you can get is a pint and packet of crisps as you watch the world's largest passenger jet spin her fan to the dry path of East Cheshire as she rolls down 23 right. Forget the famous.
This shit is getting out of control. Trump is threatening an invasion.
Would you mind?
Stop using ChatGPT! I gave you Sophie and I can help you learn something. Do you hear me? I can't do this anymore.
The essential key feels like a half-baked product. It feels, ironically, not essential. The camera module on the back of the Nothing Phone 3A Pro.
But it's the reality check. This isn't happening tomorrow. This is a very slow burn.
A very slow burn. The deal was announced back in 2025, with the approval now in January 2026. But the planes themselves, they aren't expected to be in operational service until the early 2030s.
The early 2030s. That feels like a lifetime away in technology terms. Why such a long gap? But it's the reality.
So this is a little bell bonding drama for you guys. So I'm looking for this guy that's on a $5,000.
We're on a mission to build an airplane in 6 months, and what I'm doing right now is probably going to save me 20 to 30 hours of time on that build.
start us off.
I'm still here, by the way. I'm still here. Alright. Let's set up some views, shall we? Chase plane, do your magic. Because apparently I've never flown the... apparently since I've had chase plane, I haven't flown the 320. Which kind of makes sense. I mean... The reason I'm using the A320 for this is because it's still... The A320 is really versatile. But at the same time, the A320, it has the range that I need for today, and I wasn't 100% certain if it would. So, if the 319 would have the range, so it's more versatile than the 321 by far. So, all right, let's see here. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, first things first. What's the pilot view? That works. What about overhead? Actually, I'll do that for all these. If I need an overhead view. I don't think I will need that much of an overhead view in the 320. Community. GoPro. That's actually a really good view right there. No, I need... Yeah, that's actually a really good view right there. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually a really good view. I need a nose cam. Cam 1. Cam 3. No. Glare shield. There we go. That works. And imported that one. And then what I also need here is I need aft. No. 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 No, that might not be that bad. If I make some slight adjustments. No, actually still not ideal. Still not perfect, actually. Where is it? 4F. 39A. No. 24F. It's still not 100%. About. Aha. Cabin wing. Aft. There we go. That cabin wing. Okay, throw me that one, and then cabin wing right. Import those. Main. Glare shield. Save that. There we go. Now that those wing views are set up, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of useful ones. There's a lot of not so great ones. Yeah, there's a lot of not so great ones. Overhead, there you go. That's actually really good overhead. Alright, that's not bad at all. That's not bad. Japan shuts reactor at world's biggest nuclear plant the day after restart. The restart of number 6 reactor at something a plant suspended after malfunction related to control rods. The restart. Okay. Manages the Fukushima plant, so that the reactor remains stable. Number 6 reactor at the closed since 2011 Fukushima disaster. Reactivator on Wednesday as plant removing neuron control rods from the core to start a stable nuclear fission. The process had to be suspended hours later due to a malfunction related to control rods, which are essential to starting up and shutting down reactors. The Tokyo Electric Power Holdings Company said the duration of the shutdown was still unknown. There are no safety issues from the glitch. It was checking the situation while suspending the restart. The utility later said it was putting the reactor into shutdown for a fuller examination. Okay. Reactor is stable and there's no radioactive impact outside. Control run. Okay. Yeah. Actually, it's interesting, nuclear power plants, because actually, by inserting the control rods, which suppress the reaction, right? That's how Chernobyl went up in smoke, right? That's how Chernobyl went up in smoke. But the thing to remember about Chernobyl was that they had the control rods in that reactor had graphite tips, and graphite accelerates reactions, right? And so what happened with Chernobyl was sad, but it was them trying to suppress the thing that led it to go up in smoke, right? And of course, they had, in a pretty massive way, mishandled the reactor. I mean, the reactor was already on the brink of absolute disaster when they decided to shut it down, right? And you have to remember that none of them in that room knew that, right? And none of them in the room realized that shutting down the reactor, pressing the AZ5 button, would have caused what it caused, right? None of them realized that. And none of them could have. So it's important to keep that in mind, right? And it couldn't... who said it? It could have even been Gorbachev who said it. But someone said that that Chernobyl was a pretty obvious sign of the downfall of the Soviet Union. It kind of marked the beginning of it in a way, especially after it was revealed that they knew about the potential that this could happen, but didn't share anyone because they wanted to keep supremacy. Right. It's important to note that. So, lies. Every lie you say accrues a debt to the truth, and eventually the debt will be paid. Remember that quote? That was memorable. That was a memorable quote. So, that was a very memorable quote from that movie. Alright, so if we were to take a descent, I'm curious about something. To 300. Let's take a descent now to 300. And we'll see if that helps out our fuel situation. Right, because if we can just descend a little, that would be quite ideal. That would be very much ideal. Let's see. Yep. That helps us out a little. Helps us out by about half a ton as well. Taking a little descent to 300. That'll help us out a little. And actually, let's throw in the arrival. So for SBFN, its approaches, we'll need the RNAV. Take the RNAV Yankee. From, yeah, so 4,000. Yeah, we'll take the RNAV Yankee. So if we were to take a look at this. Arrival. RNAV, RNAV 1 to the RNAV Yankee. RNAV 1 2. And go via Foxtrot November 01. Oh, actually, let's double check that. No, we'll take it from 03 actually. Insert. And what we'll do is go direct from Telus to what we'll do is go direct from Telus to Foxtrot November 003. Right. So that means our ETA for SBFN for Fernando. Is 9:32 Zulus. That's in about an hour. And that gives us an ET. That gives us an estimated fuel 6.8. Let's do the math real quick. Our 0 fuel weight. Let's run the calc real quickly. So we're estimating 6.7 now. Plus 578. Sucks. $64.5. That brings us directly to our maximum landing weight. That actually works out perfectly, so now we don't have to do any funny business. Right, assuming I'm doing my maths correctly. Run the calculation again. But that brings us out to arrive at our maximum landing weight, which is good. Because the next diversion airport's 350 miles away. 64.5. So that, let's see here. 57.8 plus 6.7 64.5. Yep, that is our max. That is precisely our maximum landing weight for the Airbus A320. Actually, that works out perfectly. That works out perfectly. By dipping down to flight level 300. By dipping down to flight level 300, what that does is that lowers our fuel efficiency enough to the point where we will land below our maximum height. So. That is actually a very, very good thing. That is a very good thing. Holy. Sorry, I just watched a video from Aaron, who is a aviation authority that I do trust. He just said that potentially a whistleblower just said that the Air India crash of the 787 could have been due to major defects in the aircraft. Holy shit. If that is true, then every single 787 on the planet is about to get grounded. If there's any truth to that. Because obviously you can't have Dreamliners crashing. Right. It's weird though, because it's like you can't shut down both engines at once. You know? It's weird. Because I kind of believe that there's, at the very least, pilot error or pilot intention to shut down both engines. But they might have had a legitimate reason to shut down both engines, though. They thought that maybe they were both on fire. Right. I don't know. I really don't know, because I thought we kind of had come to the conclusion on the Dreamliner that it was, at the very least, pilot error. Right, if not pilot intentional suicide. Right. But it's like, I still don't know why they would shut down both engines at the same time as that during the takeoff roll, unless of course Air India training is that bad. But it's like both engines, neither engine's leaned down. I mean, they're both shut down. But with that said, though, you can't exactly ignore the electrical issues that were allegedly on the aircraft, just earlier the day before, right? You can't exactly ignore those potential electrical issues. I mean, the rat deployed and all, but I mean, it didn't save the aircraft. If they had an extra 30 seconds, they might have been able to climb out of it with losing the main gear, right? They might have had an extra 30 seconds after losing it, right, to have climbed out of it. I don't know. That's a really tough one. Right. But I mean, if it was an electrical issue that caused it, right. I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe the engines began to spool back. Or maybe here's a potential idea. Maybe a sensor was bad, right? And within the data that they were showing on the engines, right, was showing both engines rolling back, right? And so, first thing that they check, fuel shutoff valves, right? Bloom, 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 right? That's a potential theory. But then that's still not standard procedure. You still need to start the APU first, or else you're shutting down engines for no reason, and you're not going to have a way to get them back up. Right. You have to remember that engine 1 engine 1 got alive again, or one of them got alive again. Number 2 didn't, but you really need a number. Right, but it never reached core thrust in order to accelerate the aircraft again. So, yeah. Here's a comment on that. So yes, but can a plane really fly? But can a plane really flick off its own fuel switches? If it isn't mechanical shut off, then on its own without him. Okay. Take a fuel pump for example. If power is lost, it shuts off. Right. And check the valve. Okay. Closest to the default position. Blah blah. Let's just see. Now, we're not talking about the fuel pump itself. We're talking about that runs off power and goes to the off position when unpowered. That mechanism is responsible. Okay. Fuel pumps themselves will still have power. Something. Honestly. Oh dear. That guy provides a really good explanation for this. Yeah, but the thing is, weird thing is, but then the question is, how can you justify going like bleh, bleh, right? So that's what, and then the guy asking like, what are fuel cutoff switches, right? And then here's another theory. The engines shouldn't have completely shut down, though, right? Like they did be. I mean, those guys, I mean, you have an engine failure, right? You're going down. Or you have an engine failure, right? You're going to have issues, right? But in the entirety of the time that flight was airborne, I mean, yeah, maybe you get deteriorated thrust, but I mean, it should have been enough time, though. I mean, you should have still had some thrust. Right, especially in the time that it took them to restart those fuel switches, right? Yeah, I don't believe it was pilot error. I remember the accident of ANA. Yeah, but then it's like, the question of Air India 171 is still very much the question. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that final report. Because but I still can't get past the idea, though, of the two fuel cutoffs, which is getting pulled back in a second of each other, and then one of the pilots being like, why the fuel cutoff switches, and then immediately turning them back on, right? I still can't understand that idea. I still can't understand how it could be a failure, right? Because clearly the pilot saw, clearly whoever was pilot flying saw the other take off both fuel switches, right? Unless they didn't. And they're focused on flying the aircraft. It's weird. It's weird. But at the same time, I can't deny the fact that over the past 15 years, Boeing's had some issues. I can't deny that. No one can. But I don't know. I don't know, but I really hope that this was a mechanical issue. I really hope that this was a mechanical issue, not a person issue, because mechanical issue, those can get solved. Mechanical issues, those can get solved. Right. Those can get solved. So, but I still can't get past the weird intentional nature of it, though. And the other thing that makes me think that it might have been intentional was he was flying on that aircraft. I mean, that high profile person. I still can't help but think that maybe that high profile person that was flying on it, I still can't help but think that maybe it was an attack. You know? I don't know. I don't know, but it's like I still can't. There's still parts of that I still cannot get past, though, right? But I can't deny the fact that these fuel switches have been in question and have had a few incidents, right? So here's a potential theory. Absolute 1 in a trillion possibility here. Right? And I'm completely spitballing here. Here's potential theory that would lead to it being a mechanical failure. And boom, 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 boom. Maybe it's a rocking on takeoff. Heavy aircraft. Right. Fuel cutoff switches come loose. Right, due to a defect. Right. Pilot, the bumps cause them to come loose in a way where they're approximately 1 second apart. Right. Both fuel cutoff switches are affected. Okay. And then pilot flying notices fuel cutoff switch is out. Right. And asks the pilot why the fuel cutoff switches. Right. But that still doesn't explain how it would go down. But it's like, I don't know. I really don't know with Air India 171. I really don't know, because on the one hand, yeah, I really want to blame every bone in my body wants to blame that on a mechanical failure. But you have to look at these other factors and you have to think, what are the odds of it really being a mechanical failure? I mean, yeah, sure, the aircraft have electrical issues the day before. Maybe. That it brought down the aircraft? Maybe. But I don't know. But I mean, I still can't get past the person, the high-profile nature of some of those passengers. And I still can't get past what pilot flying said in the flight deck. So, unless maybe he was focused on flying and then noticed off to the side, right when he went to go check the engines. Oh dear, fuel cutoff switches are off. Right? Actually, let's pull up that initial report. Let's pull up that preliminary report. Yeah, let's pull up that Air India report. Alright. Is this it? Yeah, it is. Alright. Here it is. Here's the AI. The AIIB port. Okay. Background. Okay, so let's see here. Let's get to the part to the fuel switches. All right. Damage. Yep. This is approximately the way it hit. Right. They tried everything they could. Right. Building A. Yeah. Gear was in the opposition, which would make sense. Alright. Fuel cutoff switches were up. Alright. Flap handle was in the flat 5-degree position, consistent with a normal takeoff. How on earth that thing can take off with only flaps 5? I don't know. Anyway, we're found main forward until impact. The fuel were found in the run position. The reversers were bent, but in the stowed position. Wiring heavily damaged. Okay. Flight recorders. Let's see. It's the important part here. Alright. Aircraft achieved maximum recorded speed of 180 knots at 8:42, right? Engine 1 and 2 fuel cutoff switches transitioned from run to cutoff position one after another with the time gap of 1 second. So that's boom, boom, right? That's up, down, up. That's up, down, release. Up. Here's what that would look like. Right. If we come over here to yoke fuel, right, here's what that would look like. Boom, 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 boom. Right. In the cockpit voice recording, one of the pilots is heard asking why did he cut off. The other pilot responded that he did not do so. Okay. CCC. Okay. Confirming the rat, which we knew. We all knew that the rat was deployed within a few days of the accident. We knew 3 things about this aircraft. We knew that it had a dual engine failure. We knew that the rat was deployed, and we knew that the pilots pretty much right within 3 days of within about 3 days of everything, we kind of knew that the rat was deployed, that they had a dual engine failure, and there was one thing that we knew as well. There's one other thing that we knew as well, and I forget what it was. And no, that it wasn't a low flap setting that would have caught it. It wasn't a lack of lift. Right, no, it was a lack of thrust that killed it. But, okay, as per, for the engine 1 cutoff switch transition from cutoff to run at 8:08, at 8:08:52, or went from cutoff. Okay. Consistent with the APU logic start. Okay, so I mean they did try. Engine 1 core deceleration stopped, reversed into progressed recovery. Engine 2, not helpful when that happens, was able to relight but could not begin deceleration and range. Okay, so what we do know though is, so they started up both. So they tried to restart both engines. How long do we have to top descent? 50 minutes. So. Right. So they tried to restart both engines. So, right. Yeah. And then at 8:09. So, 13 seconds later, just to say it, pilots transmitted Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Right. Well, that's the other thing. That's another thing that we knew. We knew that they'd gotten a Mayday call out. So that makes me think that maybe we can rule in potential failure. I don't know. This is one of the most complex air crash investigations in a very, very long time. Right. Anything dual engine failure related is always going to be complex, right? I mean, Speedbird 38, British Airways Flight 38, dual engine failure. 777 aircraft type was a 777. It was the first hull loss, the 777 as well. Right. It took them a year and a half to figure that out. I know because I did my research into that, right? I know my 777 well. But anyway, it took them 2 years, and they found what caused that one was cutoff, or was something right. What they found in that one was ice. It was ice buildup. It was a very, very easy fix. It was just bad design with the fuel oil heat exchanger. So one of the things that they do, and it actually does, and actually it's a really smart idea, to be honest, with aircrafts, is they have what's known as a fuel oil heat exchanger, right? So hot oil comes into the engines. It helps heat the fuel, helps get the fuel at a temperature that it won't freeze at, right? And it just exchanges the heat off to the fuel, right? And then the fuel gets and then the fuel can go burn, right? It is actually a really, really smart thing when you think about it. But anyway, this is one of the most complex air crash investigations in a very long time. But if it was really that, then I mean, one of them they denied doing it. So that's a fact that I kind of forgot about. That I can't get past. That's a fact that I can't get past. So, weird. Interesting. So, okay, maybe this crash was not a failure then. Maybe this crash wasn't a bad failure. Or maybe this crash was not what we all thought it was. I mean, I was kind of in the camp of maybe this was right. I was kind of in the camp of maybe this crash would have been was kind of suicidal, right? Kind of intentional, but at the same time, fuel cutoff switches, both of them denied it. I can't. And with a company that's been that kind of has had a few issues over the past few years, I can't exactly say that that's not a probability. What information did they get from the aircraft? When was it delivered? I think it was relatively old. It was Dash 8 as well. So. Yeah, it was one of the first ones. 2013. Aircraft. Here. GE NX engines. Category normal. Goods. Zero aircraft. Hours 41,000. Yeah, it was quite old. Aircraft serial number 36279. Data manufacturing of left engine. 20th May 2012. Data manufacturer of right engine 21. January 2013. 2013 is when it was manufactured. So. Maybe. And it wasn't the newest aircraft in the world. So either way, I think that Boeing might be in. I don't know, because I really don't know, because every single Dreamliner is going to have the issue of these fuel cutoff switches if it is found that these fuel cutoff switches were defective, and they have been defective in the past. I mean, there have been cases of them being defective in the past. I mean, there was an ANA where the fuel cutoff switch kind of just jumped into the cutoff position. I have to wonder, right winds, right heat, right correct softening of the materials, could that have happened? Right. That's a question you have to wonder. And I mean, it's crazy to think, but I mean, theoretically, these things should have to go through plenty of stuff, right? Theoretically, these aircraft should go through plenty of testing. Theoretically, every part of it should go through plenty of testing. But at the same time, I don't know. I can't exactly ignore the factors I just said. So, either way, this will be a very, very interesting thing, right? And I would have to guess that they're probably looking into. But at the same time, it's like you can't ignore these factors, but then you also can't ignore these factors of when the pilot life's being absolute shit, right? And given what we already know, right? I don't know. So, by the way, I'll wait for the final report. Speaking of the final report, is there a final report on the NTSB? From the NTSB from from the mid-air collision. No, they... Actually, they're going to have it out here soon. NTSB board meeting on mid-air collision at DCA. Scheduled for January 27th. Ooh, that's in a few days. Okay. And then... Final report... Essentially, they have what they need then. Right, and then, let's see here. That dog is barking at fucking 3:50 in the morning. Shit. Alright, and then post-meeting... I thought I said somewhere. 1 second. Apologies, fucking neighbor's dog was barking at fucking 3:56 in the morning. It's like, no. So, but anyway, we're looking at this here. Yep. NTSB board meetings on mid-air collision at DC is scheduled for January 27th. Okay. What to expect? Due to high interest. Okay, blah blah blah. You don't let me reserve one seat. Blah blah blah. Security and arrival. Blah blah blah. Photography access. I don't know. Right. And then this was when? Yeah, this was that. Let's see here. The final report here it is. The final report will be okay. The NTSB will also issue a news release linking an executive summary. Okay. The final report will be available approximately 2 weeks after the board meeting, and it'll be posted to the investigation page. Okay, so in that case, we can expect the NTSB final report on that DCA crash really soon, actually. Really soon. In like 3 weeks' time. Not even. Oh, good. Good. We fucking need that. So, for those who want just like a little gentle reminder, actually give me 30 seconds. Let me run to the restroom, take a piss real quickly. Give me 30 seconds. Alright, so just for kind of a memory of what happened with the NTSB, or with this, one of the things that they found was, okay, here's the preliminary report. Right. Anyway, one of the things that they found with this was that it was at an angle. Right, so the second that the pilots of the CRJ realized, first off, it was a military helicopter. Right, just for those who want a bit of a memory of what happened here. You had Flight 5342, and you had Pat 25. Pat 25 was doing this weird thing, right? And then the DCA, and then the plane was coming in over the river for approach runway 33. Right. Pat 25, so right around here, Pat 25 would have been right around there. Right. Pat 25 was told to give way to the traffic. Right. Now you have to remember there's traffic behind these guys, right? Right, so it's very possible, I'm not going to rule this out, that Pat 25 just didn't have these guys in sight, right? It was dark at night. It's very, very possible. It's very, very possible. I just want to make that crystal clear now. It's very, very possible that they find Pat 25 didn't have these guys in sight, add separation, right? Blah, blah, blah. Right. Now, yeah. So remember what I said? So Pat 25 was about here, about is about not even a nautical mile away from from the aircraft there. You also have to remember that the window here is extremely tiny, and then the other thing to remember is when the pilots found out. I'm not going to dig for it here because there's a lot of wording here, and I'm too lazy. When the pilots saw that they tried to pitch the nose up, they went full power, right? They were in for the misapproach. They were in for that misapproach, right? As if they were trying to harvest that, right? They were ready to. They responded correctly. And I think, to be honest, I think that they're going to find that this was just a mishandling of regulations. Right. The other thing that I want to talk about with this was where is it? Searching for it. Oh, so someone just sent me a message. Join us up. The other thing that I wanted to note here was how often this how many, there's the numbers here. I'm talking about the numbers here. So, that's not important. Let's see here. Okay. A review of commercial operations at DCA between October 2021 and December 2024. So remember, you have to remember that this was in January 2025. So basically 3 years of data. Total of 944,000 operations. During that time there were 15,000 occurrences between commercial aircraft and helicopters, with lateral separation of less than 1 nautical mile, and then 85 events less than, with vertical 35 or 85 events that were like really close. So you have to keep that in mind. So either way, we'll see what that report comes out. I want to guess. Yeah. But yeah, it is important to note that yep. So, but anyway, I think that it's gonna. I think that it's gonna come back, and I think it's gonna come. I think the way it's gonna come back is gonna be massive procedural changes, right? Massive changes in just overall regulations, right? Further review of everything that's going on in terms of the airspace in the Potomac area, right? I mean, there is a legitimate reason to have like a DCA or like Washington City. Welcome back, Grumpy. Sorry, I just watched a video on the Air India crash, and it turns out it might not have been pilot error. don't want to get too speculative, but then that kind of got me on a rant about the air crash of the last year. So I think that it's going to come back from the DCA one is. Oh, nice. We are actually not that far out from landing. We're not actually that far out. Top of descent, it's actually only in about 20 minutes. So I already have it in. There's only one runway you can take. So 6.9. Shit. Great. Somehow I'm loaded up on fuel. This I purposely went with a lower altitude to burn some. Let's try this. Well, actually, how far is it off? If I need to, I can just descend a little early, get the gear out a little early, and 69, 6.9. 6.9, 0 fuel weight, 58, 57.8. Did that change on me? Wait, no. Am I messing this up in terms of my maths? So no, I was not gonna do that. So, well, I've done it in the bus. I've done it in the 319 pretty well the first time. So, all right, 57.8. Why can I not put in the calculator? 57.8. Estimated fuel 6.9. Oh, yeah. Currently estimating to land about 200 kilos overweight. I'll just descend a little early. Keep our speed up during the descent. Probably ought to fix that issue. Or we could descend now, see if that does it. We could descend like 2,000 feet. Now we were at 34,000, or we were at 340. Now we're down to 300. What do you think? Do you think that if we're to descend? So our estimated landing weight right now is 64.7. For the A320, it's 64.5, so it's only 200 kilos. Any ideas? No, I don't because I don't use the first officer MCDU because it's over here and I can just do everything faster over here and I can do it even faster with this. It's easier for me to do this, right, than it is for me to move my mouse all the way over here. That's the issue. So, yeah, we're only 200 kilos off, so, but still, what do you think? Do you think that if we were to descend maybe 2,000 feet that would solve that issue? But it's 200 kilos, so it's not nothing. Let's descend 280, see what that does. Hopefully it doesn't do. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it knocks it down to like 64.3. Or it could go down to 260. That would most likely solve that issue. The issue is that we're estimated to land 200 kilos overweight. So, That's the issue. And we'll take a descent. See what that does. Traffic, you're not 36 Remy, descending now 280 from 300 traffic. So we'll see what that does. In worst case, we end up extended radar vectors. 6.4, that's better. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Well, we'll see what 280 does first, because diversion is quite far away. Now it says 6.4 actually. 6.4 does it, so take us straight out down to 280. That'll probably do something. So actually, it's estimated to do something. So not like you don't have to begin descent anyway here soon. What? 280. Oh, those will both work. I'll just descend for right now. Become less fuel efficient, and then I don't have to do anything. Then I don't have to worry about all the warnings. Speed breakout warning. It's so annoying. Actually, we need to begin our descent here soon anyway, so just look at it as a head start. Yeah, 280. Well, now it's at 6.8. Now we'll see what it is. Speed breakout during the approach. Not be a bad idea. Extended radar vectors, maybe. It's not by a massive amount now. It's only by about 100 kilos. Alright. Now I'm curious about something. Oh, yeah. It's becoming much better. This thing here. Grumpy, do you have any of the PU Air Korea stuff? Because I find that it's nice to have, but I also find that the software that they include with it is kind of shit, to be honest. Synapse Pro is a whole lot better. I'll go ahead and show you the software. So here is PU Connect. It's kind of weird. It's kind of shit, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the best. It's now on my software that I have to load up every time I load up a sim. It's really not. It's kind of shit software. I mean, it's not like you can. I don't think there's any way to tell it to like automatically start on boot. It's annoying. With that said, though, these light panels here, they're nice to have. They are nice to have. Just throw everything off the Boeing. And then the software is smart, right? So you can't use the Boeing one while you're flying the Airbus, which I find to be quite handy. So. Alright, let's take a look at this approach, because how long is our top descent? 15 minutes. Oh. Yeah, that's 15 minutes. Factoring in early descent, because God knows I don't trust Fenix on VNav. Alright, so I've already put it in to go direct from Tellus to Foxtrot November 003. I've already told it that. Actually, I've already put in the arrival. 2,500 level here. Then just follow VNav. Probably do what I did last time, I think, which is fly it all the way down. What are the minimums? Standard 3 degree. Minimums, they usually mark up the minimums with a big M. Minimums for 637 feet, if I'm not mistaken. No, that'll be fine. And actually, visibility. Visibility looks fine. A few clouds at 1900. Damn, it's hot compared to here. 210 degrees, 1 knots. When was that though? When was that though? No, wait, that I can't trust that. All right, new, scattered. Oh, great, scattered 1700. 9999 130 10. 2623. Okay, actually that's fine. That's actually fine. So about the same as Ascension. All right. Everything's looking fine for right now. The fuel temp probably fine. That's one of those things that you have to keep in mind when you're crossing the Atlantic right now. You have to keep an eye on the fuel temp, especially as you're traveling over Nova Scotia. Fuel temp. It doesn't even say. Plus 12, I think. It better not be plus 12. That's quite hot. Yeah, well, that's one of the things you have to keep an eye out over the Atlantic right now, because fuel freezing up in low temperatures has brought down aircrafts in the past. Brought down famously the 777 at Heathrow, which I wasn't. I mean, I was alive for, but just barely. .8. Yeah, maybe we'll do some extended radar vectors. Maybe we'll just descend early, straight down to 2,500. Try to get us there immediately. So. Alright, now if I remember correctly, this is like an auto brake max airport, correct? 6,000 foot runway, that's better than Bristol. 6,000 foot runway, better than Bristol. I mean, Bristol's what, 5,800? I did forget that I did theoretically say last time that I could get a 777 into this one. But it's the complicated approach that I'm not certain about with the triple. The triple handles everything really, really well, but it is a bit big. Just a bit big. But it handles everything really, really well. I mean, the maneuvering of the 777 is better than it's better than the 350 and the 340. Speaking of which, I will not be flying the 350 again. That thing is straight up uninstalled. That thing is firmly back in the hangar for good, and will probably be back in the hangar for a very long time because I don't like it. And you know what? Why do I want to keep fighting with it? It's like the systems are too slow, and I can guarantee you putting in a pilot waypoint completely fucked it up. Completely caused that WASM crash that they had. The red screen WASM crash. I can guarantee you that that's what caused. That's what caused it. It's like, if I can't do that without having a WASM crash, well then, you know what, I'm done. Not to mention I haven't been enjoying it anyway, so it's like, what on earth? It's like, you know what? If I want a heavy for right now, I'll fly the 777. I'll fly my 772 or 777-300. That's the way I'll look at it from now on. Why am I going to continue to fight with an aircraft that I keep giving chances and it keeps mucking up? So. Enter destination data. Thank you for the reminder. Performance. QNH 1011. Temperature 26. Surface wind 130 degrees, 10 knots. Did I really fuck that up? I did. 1011. Up here. The aircraft thinks it's gonna be 1000. An idiot. Dude, there we go, fixed. The borrow is, I'll take the higher one, 1228. I'll take the higher one. Higher's better. If you have the runway in sight. Higher, that's always a good move. Transition 5.5, and that's fine. Then there should be 100. There should be 144 on the approach speed, right? Well, no, that's where I get confused because it gives you your VLS speed, right? And then it gives you your APP speed. Theoretically, this should be the final approach speed. Maybe. Oh, screw it. It's a tiny airport. 139. Go with that. That'll be our final approach speed then. And hopefully we don't have to speed up. Hopefully we don't have to speed up a little. No flaps, full landing as usual. No significant weather expected. At least I hope not. No significant weather expected. Top descent. 933. Alright. Go 5 minutes and begin descent in 5 minutes. And hopefully burn off that extra fuel. What does it need to get down to? Oh, thanks for putting in the thing at the solve USB bandwidth issue. I was gonna ask you to do that. I was gonna ask. Yeah. Thanks for putting that in. I was gonna ask you to do that. Yeah, I find USB actually really fascinating now because on the one hand it's not infinite, but on the other hand it's very, very annoying. Imagine if we could all go back to something that actually worked universally and really, really well. Imagine if we could all go back to that. Back to a connector that you knew that it was not the connector that was the issue. Imagine if we could all go back to something like that. So that'd be very, very helpful. Alright. That's a pretty good view right there. Actually, now's a good time for some screenshots. Now's a good time for some screenshots. I need to get more screenshots in the 777-200. Yeah. It's a bit confusing. USB hub will not solve bandwidth. What? Yeah. I see the confusion there. But the PCIe will be solved now with the issue. There we go. Let me just reword it. Fixed. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Yeah. So the way I have it set up now is I think right now I have 50-50. About half the things going into the motherboard and then the other half going into the USB controller. And that's working out pretty well. But I also do have a USB hub connected to the USB controller, which might have explained why it kind of had issues. So, I don't know, because it's weird, because this USB hub here, it's not powered. It's just a plain USB hub. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, 1 minute to descent, because we're going to descend early and hopefully solve our fuel issue. Worst case, speed breaks out. What is it that we need to descend down to? For right now, we'll call it 100. What's the name for this airport again? Fernando? I'll just go with Fernando. Or Sierra Bravo Foxtrot November. I think I did. Yeah. Not even gonna try to pronounce this. Not even gonna try. I'll butcher it. I'll just go with Fernando. Fernando traffic here on 36 runway, beginning descent now, flight level 100 from flight level 280. Fernando traffic. Go about there. Minus 1900 feet per minute. Auto do fine. And we'll go high speed descent because God knows I don't like waiting. Everyone knows I don't like waiting. In case of missed approach, what do we do in case of missed approach? Climb 4,000, maintain heading, or maintain course 114 degrees until Foxtrot November 358. So where's that? Oh, there it is. In that case, we'll just fly the pattern. I'll just fly the pattern then. There's no point in going to hold. I'll just fly the pattern and extend her downwind if we need to reset up. Tellus 11 miles. And we're just going straight from we're just going straight from Tellus to Fox November 003. Which will be fine. Speed 330 knots. Actually, speed 320 knots. Yeah, so I thought about the screens. I thought about putting a few screens right here, but I'm gonna pass because it already feels like I'm so close to the main screen. It's like I don't have an issue seeing it with my glasses on. And then it's like I don't really know how it's set up. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't really know how I'd set it up, and I don't exactly have another port. I mean, I do technically have another port available, but not a good one. It would be really annoying to set up like an extra little panel. It'd be quite annoying. And then yeah, so my next upgrade here is going to be the Mosa stick, which getting delayed unfortunately because FAA wants me to go for $4,000 psych evaluation. Blame them for that. I don't want to go for one, but it's what I got. It's what I got to do for my Class 1. I go 50% speed brake. See what that does. Yeah, I know, speed brake still extended. Stop whining. You're over maximum anyway. Only by 400 kilos actually, so not bad. But anyway, the next step is gonna be the Mosa. I'm kind of tired of flying with this stick. But part of me has opted to see. I mean, I need some form of improvement, right? Part of me has wondered, should I try the wind wing one first to see if that sets me for another 8 months or so? Because I do have other things I need to take care of. So, but I can make them as it work. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this news, by the way. No, apparently, David had a Ryanair crater in the fly-by-wire. And then apparently I came behind him and and then blew that all away and buttered it. Imagine that, David having a crater for once and me having a buttered landing for once. Imagine that. Doesn't build you, but it's designed to create America-centric people who haven't or to listen to outside political advice when all you want to know is every country wants to be like you. Fair, James. Fair. Yeah, I was lucky. My school system is actually one of the best in the country. Supposedly. What's our first weight now? 647. Yeah, we'll just continue that. Passing 1700 now. I wish there was a way in the bus to preset the QNH. I really wish there was a way to preset the QNH. So take the 777 and the 737s, for example, right? You can whittle this dial, right? And it'll show up on here, but it won't actually throw in the active QNH, or it won't actually throw in what you have set until you actually go to hit the button. And that's actually the same way that the 350 works. I just wish you could do it in the 320s, because now instead of, let's say the QNH is like really far off from 1013, right? Let's say it's like let's say it's like 9 or 7.2, right? Extreme low pressure. Then now you're going to be spinning this dial for a few moments. Rather, you're in the bus, or you're in the Boeings, or in the really big bus, the 350. You could have done that ahead of time, and maybe you have to make a small adjustment to it. You can still do it, and then it's a single button that you have to press when you're busy descending. So. We'll maintain speed 320 till 10. That'll be fine. 646 now for fuel, or for gross weight. Only got to lose another 100 tons, or only got to lose another 100 kilos. 200 to be safe, which we definitely will lose. Any traffic we have to worry about? I think we got the whole place ourselves, if I'm not mistaken. We do. Nice. Now the question is, do we dare do the next leg tonight? I'm thinking not. I'm thinking I go to bed after this. I'm thinking, oh, what time's my shift today? 3. Yeah, I'll probably go to bed after this. Once we absolutely butter this landing. Or, at the very least, leave a tiny dent. I'm okay with leaving a tiny dent at this airport. So. Yeah, I tend to agree. I tend to agree. With that said, though, I was actually looking into some scenery for this airport because it is a fun airport to land at. I was looking at some scenery for it. I was like, now I'll wait. I'll pass on the scenery. So, no, I'm not chasing butters. I'm not chasing them. But my issue is that I either wildly underflare or I wildly overflare. That's the issue. I'm perfectly happy with leaving a tiny dent in this airport because it is a challenging approach, if I remember correctly. By the way, winds around the world V2, westbound edition. When's that coming? I do miss the around the world. I'm waiting for that. Yeah, short runway. I know. Well, actually, it's longer than Bristol. It's longer than bloody Bristol. It's not that short. Bristol's only 5,800 feet. This is 6,000. They got an extra 200 feet here. And if I can get the 777 out of Bristol, actually, maybe theoretically I could get the 777 out of here. If I take the right runway and go against every law of what you know what. We have to be really careful here as well. If I think I am getting to lose, we have to switch it over. We have to change it immediately, or we have to go around pretty much immediately. Fuel fine. Gross weight 644. So. That makes sense. Yeah, once I'm done with the pole to pole, it's the U.S. tour. Despite me having no desire to fly in the U.S. The only desire I really have to fly in the U.S. right now is for the Baltimore route, which, speaking of it, this weekend we're expected to get like 18 inches of snow, which is insane. Tornado traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, reducing speed now, 250 knots. Descending now altitude 2,500 feet. Roughly 30 mile base, or sorry, roughly 30 mile downwind. Tornado traffic. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Around the World V2 though. That'll be a nice tour. Maybe at the end of this year. Maybe I'll start it and end it on the same day that I did the V1 with. And I think I got a field. Oh, I don't have the field in sight, but I got the island in sight. Actually, in that case, let's reduce to 220. Actually, 210 would be better. How did I manage to get late on this descent, or start early on this descent and then completely get late on it? No bloody clue. That'll do. That'll do. As we are below 10,000, now landing lights on, and actually let's go ahead and get everything else on. trust because I don't quite trust Air Korea. Everything else is on. Flaps 1. Now we might need a little bit more drag. It's actually the windwing throttles hitting my radio panel. It's just a little annoying. I need to find like some tiny little Velcro or something. There you go. It's better now, right? It's better now, right? Maybe. Yeah, I need to find like something, some kind of Velcro or something thin. Oh, maybe even some hot glue would work. Oh, yeah, this is a new microphone, by the way. Let me know if I need to adjust in the settings. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's been annoying me as well. It's a little bit better now. It's the windwing throttle hitting the vibrating against my radio panel. That's the issue. And I have a few ideas on how to solve it. Don't know, not exactly thrilled about the ideas though. Aside from me having to buy more of those glue dot things, which I don't exactly know where to find those. Fernando traffic, you're not 36 Romeo. About to turn base for RNAV approach runway 12. Fernando traffic. Actually, let's pull our speed all the way back now. Speed 180. Thank you, Kevin. Actually, I was actually kind of considering adding a transponder to my radio panel, but that'll be a little. Alright, what's the QNH again? 1011. There we go. What is it? Oh, it's 4,000. Ew. Yuck. Oh, fine. And it is a nearly 10-mile final, so for level 2,500 in a moment. Actually, let's pull our speed back to 260 now. There we go. Screw it, gear down. And that'll help out the drag. Three greens on the gear. Wonderful. There we go. Yeah, getting the gear down is helping out massively. Go speed 160 until we took over manually. Final approach speed. (139 knots). Fernando traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, turning final now. RNF approach runway 12, roughly 10 miles to go. Fernando traffic. Alright, go speed 160 for now. Actually, why not flaps full? Get configured early. And then once we intercept the send path, then we will do you know? Then I'll hand flat manually. The seat is way too big. Good thing is that we are still above that, which is good. Sorry, where's the runway? I feel like last time we had it in sight by now. Alright, let's reduce final approach speed now. And then we can just focus on hand flying. Okay. Ground spoilers, arm, flaps full. If we need to go around, I'd kind of prefer to make that decision early. 5, 4, 3. Oh, actually, it's doing it pretty well right now. Alright.
2,500.
Noted. Go around altitude 4,000. Something that I consistently don't do. I still don't have the field. Oh yeah, no, I see it. Now I see it. I thought it was over here. Front end of traffic, you're not 36 Romeo. Now 5 mile final. Runway 12. Front end of traffic. Push manage speed mode. So do it like that. Oh, that's smart. Right, so that like with the dot, right? Alright. Got the field. Once again, in case I go around, I want to get out of here early. I'd rather go around early than go around late. Not halfway, I have a slight itch in my foot. Alright. Alright, flaps full, auto brake, spoilers armed, gear down, signs on, continue approach. Lights are all on, clear to land, no traffic on the runway. My controls. Noted.
Approaching. 1, 2.
A little high, but I feel like that's fine. What we'll do is we'll dive. Whoa. What's happening with these winds? I thought it was a headwind, not crosswind. No tree trimming, I see. Do you really just scrape a few trees? Time to notice I have it.
Sink rate.
Fine.
Pull up. Pull up. 40, 30. Retard. 5.
Another butter here.
3,000 feet remaining.
And I just realized I didn't set any auto brake. That was manual brake right here.
2,000 feet remaining.
Another butter. Another butter into a challenging airport.
1,000 feet remaining.
It's challenging conditions that somehow I do really well in. challenging conditions I somehow do really, really well in.
Approaching 30.
Fernando traffic, Arnold 36 Romeo, back taxing now on my 30. Fernando traffic. Well, that's a good landing, despite the pull-up warning going up, but that's fine. I mean, it was a little late.
30.
It was a little late, but that's fine, because you got plenty of runway in the 320. Right. Ground spoilers away. Flaps away. APU on. And I don't think we're going to do another leg, but brake fan on, in case those brakes are a little toasty, which, based on how I kind of slammed on them at the end, they might be. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's a good airport. And actually, somehow the sim loads it in really, really nicely. So, I mean, it looks a bit weird when you're 10 miles out, but it does look quite good. And, yeah, it is quite a nice little airport. I mean, it's a nice challenge. It's a nice, Yeah. Actually, I was looking at scenery for this airport, but it's like But what drew me away from any scenery was it didn't really seem like that much of an improvement, right? But it also seemed like they kind of didn't they kind of might have trimmed some of the trees on the approach, and I feel like that's wrong with this airport. I feel like that's one of the things that makes this airport challenging, right? I'll tell you what, maybe I got time. It's like maybe we'll take a look at the scenery from Flight Sim TO. Fernando traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo now vacated runway 12. Fernando traffic. Alright, we can go number 1 shutdown. Now that the APU is available. And lights, we can turn landing lights off. Nose lights attack, turn off lights off. I'll just park right here. Parking brake set. Engine number 2 off. Beacons off. Alright, what's the damage? Hopefully it's a nice 10. It's not a nice. What on earth? It was normal conditions though, it was a crosswind landing. 9.36. Well, whatever. The takeoff didn't feel that bad. Upside landing, okay. But, I was hoping to end off on a nice 10, but whatever. On the bright side, still maintain the A320 and 777 type rating. So. Alright, let's go and test out the scenery. Actually, I think I even downloaded the scenery. I was ready for it, but opted not to install it. Downloads. I did. And I did the same for Ascension. Let's close out the sim. You know, we'll see if Ascension's anything improved as well. This is just the freeware scenery off Flight Sim TO. FHAW-SBFN. No clue. I will assume it is. I think this sets it off. Oh, Grumps, don't forget to update your nav data in case you haven't already. Let's see if the scenery's any good. Take a look at both Ascension and SBFN. SBFN is one of those airports that I really want to get to more often because it is a nice challenge. It's not quite as challenging as Madeira. Actually, I don't know. Madeira is challenging because you don't get to see. You're not focused on the runway until like the final few feet. But but SBFN is difficult because you kind of have to pitch down. You know, you kind of have to pitch down and ignore the warnings and then pull up. You know. I don't know. All lights are off. Alright, well, we'll see what Ascension and Fernando looks like. Oh, wait, what's my... You know, I did Gibraltar recently. We were at Gibraltar recently. Actually, you didn't join us for this, but I think you were. I think you were in Spain for this. James and I both flew Boeings down to Toulouse. We I flew a 777-200. He flew a 737. Yeah, we both flew Boeings down to Toulouse, and then I took an A319 to Gibraltar afterwards. And I think I did fly over Spanish airspace, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think I did fly over Spanish airspace. In fairness, it's like, how are you going to get to Gibraltar from Toulouse without flying over Spanish airspace? It's not practical. Better to fly up north somewhere and then refuel than go around. That was a nice, fun little trip. Alright, let's see what the scenery's like. Let's see if the scenery's any good. I was looking at the photos for SBFN and didn't see that much improvement. So, what does it? As of when? Because I know I updated Heathrow recently. Did you get your A340 out of Marketplace, by the way? I did recently. SBF. Let's go Ascension first. Wherever Ascension is. Down here. Nice. Nice. Yesterday. Oh. Ooh. In that case, I might need to, Alright, well, this is... I feel like this is an improvement. I feel like this here is a slight improvement. Of course, I think everything's classified here, but... I feel like even just the ground details are a bit of an improvement. Scan the frames, though. There we go. Well, maybe. Maybe. There's not really that much, actually. Yeah, that wasn't really an update worth getting. I mean, I was expecting some kind of ground markings, but not seeing any. Just seeing the concrete squares, which I don't recall seeing, but it might have been there. And I think these buildings are ever so slightly more tidied up. don't really see any difference though. Alright, that's seriously waste. Unless I installed it wrong. Time for us to take a look at Tiny Airport. That's so annoying. Actually, I was thinking about the same thing. Let's see. No, I'm not. Oh, great. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Alright. Well, let me just verify that I did the same thing. That I didn't do the same thing for SBFN. What happened was bloody folders inside folders. Annoying. Right. Yes, SBFN is in. If I can remember where that island is. This is annoying. I feel like that might be a difference. No, this is just the freeware stuff. So, worst case, I end up uninstalling it. To be honest, I can't even tell that much of a difference here either. Let me just verify that I actually put everything in. Community. Airport. Ascension. Istanbul. Oh my word. Happened again. Both happened. Both. Don't you just love Microsoft Search? No, I know what happened. I was an idiot. Both said that, people said on them that both of them were compatible. What happened is they put folders inside of folders and it messed with the sim. That's what happens. Annoying when it happens. Let me just get rid of. Okay, what? Before I restart the sim, you have a zip folder in here again. But then that's like a zip folder inside of a zip. Wait, what? Yeah, that came out of there. I don't know. We'll test it out again. It is in here though, right? Yeah, it is. Alright, delete that and then... Which one's the empty folder here? That one's the empty folder. Alright, let's try that again. I don't know. I don't know. It's annoying. It's annoying. That's what it is. It's very, very annoying. Because it messes with me, because now I feel like I shouldn't have to go through every folder to see where's the actual file, but I do. At least the sim doesn't take 45 minutes to load up like it did. Well, that pissed me off every single time. Actually, I remember sitting here doing a Baltimore Heathrow for like an hour and a half one time, waiting for the sim to load up. Actually, it got to the point where what I would do is I'd come home from work, I'd load up the sim, go upstairs for like an hour, and then come back to the sim being loaded during the early days of 24. So, at least it only takes about 3 minutes. We'll see if either of these are better now. In the meantime, what position am I in with the VAT UK? I do need to begin my proper training here soon. VAT UK. Last I checked, it was 519, something like that. $511, nice. Going down. Started off at 1,112 in position, I think. It's gone down significantly since then. Then you get to deal with me controlling Edinburgh. Imagine that, an American controlling Edinburgh. Well, only technically American. Alright. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's start off with SBFN first. Oh yeah, there's a difference there now. There's a difference there. Alright, there's a difference at SBFN. Even if it's only ground texturing, but there's a difference. Alright, that's better. That's better. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a difference, even if, I mean, it's a tiny difference, but the frames won't freeze. I mean, the buildings, are they really sticking advertisements on that? That's annoying. Adverts suck. What did they say? Looks like they're still there. Why is this so slow? Chase plane settings. I don't know. You have to live with it being slow. Those trees still do look there, though. They still look as if they're there. Okay. Remind me not to press space. Alright, well, this is going to stay on my hard drive, or on my SSD. I'm not going to swap it out. Those trees still very much look there, so must only be ground texturing them, which is fine. Yeah, those trees are very much there, so that's good. I feel like it's the trees that kind of make this airport challenging, if you know what I mean. So it's what make this airport fun. I don't know why chase planes going so slow might have probably have something to do with my settings. Yeah. What? What on earth? Is that really the way it is? No, there's trees on the approach. There's trees. When is this imagery taken? No, there's trees. You can see them, but I mean, there should be trees right here as well. Which none. That's fine. No, there's definitely trees. Dear, what one is this? 2023 or newer, so. Street view. What? So then everyone, in that case, everyone's confusing trees for bushes. Okay, well, you and I need to develop some scenery for this. In that case, some proper scenery. Oh, we got to model the entire island. Yeah, we got to model the entire island then. It's all bushes. You're right. Holy. Alright, what if we were to go, like, right here? What does it look like from right there? Damn. 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 Yeah. I see what you mean. It's like no elevation as well. This airport should not be as challenging as it is. All right. How well did they model the terminal then? Because it looks not bad. It looks like it could be better. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I do see what you mean. All right, I'll take what they give us. Oh, it actually does look complete. Not very well. Well, what? I'll give it to them. I mean, you can see it. I'll give it to them. All right. Time to take a look at Ascension. I think Chase Plane's messing up this. Because I have to... There we go. Is it going to work now? Is it going to work now? Oh, there's definitely some improvement. There's definitely some improvement. Let's see what this looks like. You get to tell me if it's real to the way it is. Well, they added the satellites. They added satellites, so that's nice. That's nice and cool. Let me see if I can't try to work out Chase Plane. See if I can't get see if I can't get the camera movements working a little bit better. Camera actions, maybe? No. Movements. No. World. Oh, there we go. It's much better. This looks quite nice. A whole lot more realistic. I mean, you get to tell me if this part looks real. But I do like how it swapped everything out from the green to much more like Marsy with satellites and everything. That does look cool. Yeah, I remember on approach. What about these buildings here? Yeah, I remember on approach seeing these buildings a few times. Yeah. Okay, this is new. This is this thing I've never seen before. They grooved the runway. Or at least they modeled it. They modeled the grooves of the runway. What do you mean lightning tower? I never saw that lightning tower. Nice satellite up there. Alright, I'll go ahead and send you the links to this freeware scenery. Actually, I'll try to throw it in the actually, I'll throw it in the Discord. For those of us who do like these islands. That seems very, very detailed. That seems classified level of detailed. I don't know. That seems very, very detailed. Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord for everyone. Because the improvement for both is quite nice. Maybe I'll do a Heathrow to, maybe Airnaut will become the new, unofficial RAF thing. RAF transport people from Heathrow or Gatwick. We gotta be in and out of here more often. We gotta be in and out of here more often because both these islands are actually quite beautiful. Alright. I am curious about the taxiways here. So I did notice that it didn't spawn me in the wrong direction this time. Self-maneuvering stands, nice. I guess this here's a taxiway. Then, very, very fainted, but yeah. Yeah. These beaches kind of look improved as well. I have never been to the Falklands, so I have no clue what that's supposed to look like. This actually looks really, really beautiful, to be honest. Damn. It's kind of as if I want to go here now. It's almost as if I want to go here again. Wait, I do. It's almost as if I want to. Oh, good. Good. I'm not a big beach person, actually. I'm much more of a mountain person, but actually this makes me want to actually come here. Just looking at how beautiful this is. Now the question is, how is it compared to real life? To real life photos? If there's even... that's not it, is it? No, that's not it. I always forget where this airport is. I forgot. My middle click button on my mouse broke. Cat Hill. Looks about as orange. Looks about as orange. Come up here. Okay. Then yeah, I do like how they modeled the grooves in the runway. That's some satellite imagery bullshit right there with the construction, but I understand it. Where is it? There's 2 windsocks. 2 windsocks, interestingly enough. Not that I'll ever pay attention to those. You know, it might be interesting. VFR. We go VFR on for the lap or 2 around this airport. That might be interesting. Actually, I did my first VFR flight on Batson the other day, back when he had all these issues. Somehow, I don't know how to control an aircraft. Yeah, I can kind of see where it's coming from by these lines being faded out a little. But okay, that's quite good. All right, let me go ahead and throw these in the Discord, and then we'll call it. Did I close the Discord? Was I really that much of an idiot? I was. All right. Scenery. Post. SBFN. Control C. Tag. Free. Post. And then Ascension Island. Gotta find that one again. These are both freeware sceneries from TO. Free. There you go. They're both now in the Discord. Oh, you might want to send it to me then. You might want to send it to me then. Because yeah, I'll end up actually, we're going to take a look at the rest of the tour. I'm trying to buy time now because I'm bored. Don't want to do another flight tonight, but might end up doing it. Well, that flight would take an hour and a half. Yeah, no, I don't want to. I didn't realize how close I was to finishing this. Off to that airport. Yeah, Grumpy, I'm not gonna lie. There's one area that you did kind of miss out with the round of world with, and that was I feel like you kind of skipped through South America. I mean, I understand it though. I do understand it, but yeah, South America. I mean, it kind of just felt like as if you went like a little skip across South America, and then with Africa, you kind of went all the way around. Same thing with Oceania, right? So great tour though. I mean, I enjoyed every second of that. So. All right. I've heard of precisely 0 of these remaining airports. precisely 0. And actually, I've heard of very few of these. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one. So, Discord, in the in the scenery one, in the aeronaut scenery. So you just search for Fox Hotel Alpha Whiskey and SBFN. So they're both right there. Figured I may as well put them for everyone. For especially Joanna, who would probably want to get to those again. Let's see here. Riga, Tallinn, Helsinki. I love how Linus is a. Alright. Send me the Falklands. Visit. Another RAF base, I see. Nice. Yeah. The two that I just put in there, they said that they're not compatible with 2024 yet. Just saw them, so. Alright, all good. I'm about to end the stream here, so. Thanks for tuning in, Grumps. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Always a pleasure talking to you. Always a pleasure talking to you. So, gonna go to bed after this. After I install this, so. It's weird. YouTube hasn't seen yet. That's weird. Alright, but anyway, to anyone who might be tuned into the stream that YouTube's not picking it up for some reason, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast arriving into some good old airports. Yeah, those airports, two of my favorites. Two of my absolute favorites right there. So, anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast today.